This conference will now be recorded.
We all ready? Everybody here? Can everybody hear me okay? Great.
Yep.
So welcome everybody to tonight's City Council meeting for South Burlington on April 15th, 2024. Today is tax day. Your state and federal taxes do have to be filed by midnight tonight. Thank you. We'll start the agenda with item number 1, which is Pledge of Allegiance. And Lori, will you lead us, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
United States
which
of America,
stands one nation,
the republic which stands
indivisible,
one nation,
with
under
liberty
God,
and justice for all.
indivisible, liberty, justice for all.
Thank you. Item number 2, instructions on exiting the building in case of emergency.
Good evening. Thank you all for joining us in the room. If there is an emergency in this room, you can go out on the right or left to the rear of the auditorium on the other side and then turn right or left to get outside. For those participating remotely, thank you also for joining us. If you would like to make a comment during any item on our agenda, please turn your camera on and the council or the chair will call on you. Or you can indicate you'd like to speak in the chat and I will ask the chair to call on you. Other than that, we are not monitoring the chat for content.
Item number 3, agenda review. Do the councilors have any additions, deletions, or changes in the order of agenda items tonight? And just making note that Councilor Chownick is remote, but he's online, as you can see. So no changes? All right.
Oh, wait, Sandy.
I'm sorry. Sandy Dooley, you want to make a comment?
I have a question. It's about agenda item 12 relating to the Common Roots request. I'm used to seeing something at the beginning that like what might be receive the request or discuss the request or consider and possibly approve the request, but no language like that is included in this agenda item. Now, I'm not asking you not to have it on the agenda, but my understanding is that public notice requirements would preclude you from taking any action on this request because you don't have any language here that would indicate that might happen. Is that correct?
There will be no action taken on this tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about the agenda items? All right. And now item number 4, comments and questions from the public not related to the agenda. Who would like to go first?
There we go. Ryan Doyle speaking. I've brought up at past meetings where things are marked differently on the website or there isn't a similar kind of marking on it. I noticed the Arts Committee vacancy position has been noting its due date since it was posted, whereas the others didn't note it within those paragraphs. It was noted somewhere else on the page. So unfortunately, I didn't apply to the Planning Commission because the Planning Commission paragraph didn't have it in there like the Arts Committee did. And I've been waiting for Paul to get back to me about some LDR information before writing my application. So I'm just now formally applying to the Planning Commission for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hunter online wants to speak.
Mr. Hunt, is it first name Hunter or last name Hunter?
First name Hunter. Can you hear me?
Yes. And Mr. Hunter, Hunter, can you tell us your last name and where you live?
Yep. The last name is Hard. I live off of Kennedy Drive in Twin Oaks.
Okay.
And I just had a comment about Kennedy Drive. I'm not sure if this is the right place to make it, but I know that the crosswalk was installed there at the bottom of Kennedy down from the high school, and I think that's a great improvement. And I just wonder if there's any other things in the pipeline in terms of traffic calming measures. I'm thinking specifically of possibly a speed hump or a speed table in that same area. just because cars and other vehicles tend to go quite a bit faster than the speed limit in that area.
Thank you. This is, so like, this is a public comment, not on the agenda tonight, so, but we can take this and talk about this maybe later and get back to you, if that's okay?
Oh, yeah, that's great. Thanks.
When you, anyway, we'll talk to you later about this, okay?
Okay.
Who's next? Was there somebody else online who wanted to? Oh, Robin's there, but Robin, you're just watching and you got your camera on? You did, but you didn't want to speak, right? Okay. When you find the button, you can turn your camera off until it's time, all right? Okay. So from the audience, please, and when you come up, make sure the green light is bright on the microphone and tell us who you are and where you live.
Is it bright green? Is the mic bright green?
Is it-
Oh, now it's bright green.
There you go.
We're good. Giovanna Garino from Stonehenge, South Burlington. I have grave concerns about the pickleball courts. I want to say, first of all, I'm sure intentions were good. I know there was a core group of people for the past 10 years. They're my neighbors. I like them. They respectfully played for the past 10 years, a few hours a day. Should have stopped right there. Pickleball is a psychologically torturous noise, and we've all been forced to listen to it since it opened. None of us had a vote. This was an in-house committee making decisions based on a core group of people who desired it. I get it. I get why 4 courts were made out of 1. But you took a tennis court away from tennis players, you gave it to pickleball players, and then you advertised this all over the internet. Free pickleball at Szymanski Park. Everybody came. Traffic from everywhere, which I'm going to let Michael handle. My concern is the damage of the quality of my life. I added up the hours. 105 hours a week, 420 hours a month, 3,780 hours in the period that court is open. We listen to, it's horrible. It shouldn't be there. And I will advocate for it to go. I'll stand up legally for it to go. I have an autistic child that lives with me who's 10. He has rights not to be harassed. This noise is very harassing. It upsets him. It's not safe walking to and from school because of cars being clocked at 40 miles an hour. He does not have a sense of cause and effect to get out of the way of a speeding car. And it happens twice a day when we have to walk there. I've almost been hit by a driver riding my bike who didn't look, was backing out, rushing off, and I yelled, "Hey!" And she followed me, rolled her windows down, and swore at me for about 3 minutes. That's a peaceful neighborhood going up in flames here, and it's a tragedy waiting to happen with all of the children. It wasn't designed for that kind of traffic that goes 5 blocks down both sides. It's 15 hours a day. It's 7 days a week. I saw the nets go up in March. I saw last fall they came down just before Thanksgiving. 9 months out of my 12-month year, I can't open my windows. I can't sit on my deck. I cannot garden because I hear the incessant, torturous noise of pickleball. People have left their dogs barking in the car while they play. That's the only time I ever spoke. I went to the court and said, whosever dog is in distress, you need to take that dog home. 2 cars. 2 dogs, 1 car barking. More noise. The hoorays, the yahoos, telling the children to get off the court because it's for the adults. You have to sign up. That's going to be spoken about. I know 2 neighbors that happened to. It's the wrong place for pickleball. It wasn't researched. There wasn't any thought process for parking. The noise wasn't researched. I have done my homework. I read all the city council notes from 2020 over the weekend. I know where it started. I know who the people are. Good people, good intentions, wrong spot. It's got to go. It should be at Dorset Park where there's parking, athletic noise. and plenty of room. Thank you. And I do have one other thing. It was suggested that we do a petition, but that puts the onus of resolve on the victims of a decision made by the city. And the onus of resolve is on the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to share with the councilors, Giovanna also gave you a handout, which is under your agenda today.
Hi, how you doing? I'm just going to echo some of the sentiments that
Could you repeat your name slowly
Sure.
for me?
Mike Gratz, Gratz,
G-R-A-T-T?
Gratz.
T-Z. Gratz.
Yep.
Thank you.
So just want a couple minutes of your all's time here. So my name is Mike Gratz, and my family and me have lived on the corner of Yandow Drive and Andrews for over 10 years. This is my first time engaging in a civic matter as a member of South Burlington. I believe that by not advocating for or speaking up against the issue of the pickleball courts at Samansky, it'll continue to be at the expense and safety of my family, my neighbors, and the dozen or so preschool to middle school aged kids who live within a 1-block radius of the park. It's unfortunate that in a few short years, the safety and serenity the neighborhood once provided has been completely destroyed following the city's decision to modify one of the park's tennis courts into 4 pickleball courts. I don't think anyone could have foreseen the issues, concern, and disruption they would have brought. It's important to note that I don't blame the Parks and Rec Department for their efforts to elevate the park by adding a popular, engaging activity that can be enjoyed by people of all ages. At this point in time, though, I do look to the City Council to engage in swift action to rectify the safety concerns that the neighborhood is subject to and a victim of on a daily basis from April to November, all resulting from the creation of the pickleball courts. It's also necessary to preface with my acknowledgement of your awareness of this ongoing issue, and my intent is not to bring it to light, but to give you a first-hand account of the situation and the issues it's causing. First and foremost, there's an obvious parking issue that's been created with the popularity of the courts. The limited number of spots cannot fit anywhere close to the number of cars the courts attract, and the parking lot can accommodate only roughly 6 to 8 cars. If just the pickleball courts are filled, that's at least 16 cars, not to mention people who would like to use the park for basketball or the playground. The lack of parking causes the entire area around the park for a 3 to 4 block radius, and even on the side of Stonehenge, to become a free-for-all parking lot for the players. Noting the amount of cars that are parked on Andrews and Yandow, it's safe to assume the courts are 100% not being utilized by members of the neighborhood, and based on the number of visible Shelburne and Charlottetown beach stickers, they're not from South Burlington either. The cars are parked on both sides of the street, and in many instances, the parking jobs are at many times quite haphazard and frankly pathetic. Cars parked 3 to 4 feet from the curb, cars parked on severe angles, and even cars literally blocking driveways. The congestion is so bad I have even witnessed South Burlington Public Works and the Porta-John trucks unable to access and thus service the park. The scope of the street parking issue, it causes anyone walking or biking in the vicinity to have to do so in the roadway. I would also like to highlight that the streets leading into the park are already highly trafficked arteries for the children of Orchard who live in Laurel Hill and Stonehenge, bike commuters, runners, and walkers who utilize its connection to the rec path. The parking issue is exacerbated by the high rates of speed in which cars consistently fly through the neighborhood. Cars, trucks, SUVs, and trucks are racing down Andrews and Laurel Hill to get to the park, and one would have to assume that these individuals are in the mindset that getting on a court to play a game supersedes not only the posted speed limit, but any rational concern for anyone but themselves and their own activities. As Giovanna mentioned, this mentality is perpetuated by pickleball websites that literally offer sign-up times and the ability to schedule reservations to block spots to play at these courts, all when SB Parks and Rec have clearly noted the courts are first come, first serve. It is my request that you reach out to these community groups and immediately ask them to revise their websites. Almost done. It's unfortunately become the job of myself and my neighbors to install signs on our lawns and even stand in our driveways motioning for cars to slow down on the weekends. To our disbelief, this has become met with an incredible amount of volatile and aggressive language and even hand gestures. I was even told by a luxury SUV driver with Florida plates who slowed down at our house only to roll his window down and tell me it's not his expletive fault that you chose to live next to such a beautiful park. You people need to stop being such expletive babies about this. The icing on the cake was my 7-year-old was standing next to me. So it's beyond apparent that the sentiment is that we happen to live next to a pickleball court, not that the pickleball court is located where we live. The level of tolerance for inclusion of others using the courts is also an issue. Several times my children have been playing pickleball with their friends and are forced off by the older players saying, these courts aren't for kids, they're for grown-ups only. This, of course, is not the case, though as everyone can imagine, it's a bit intimidating as a child being surrounded by individuals their grandparents' age, telling them they're not allowed to play and need to leave. I can say it was certainly uncomfortable for me to go up to a group and command the attention of 20 plus strangers and remind them that the courts are in fact open and free for anyone of any age to use. I can say with full confidence and sadness that there will be a severe, if not fatal, accident in the near future if nothing is to be done about the complete absence of governance and enforcement surrounding the entitlement and lack of compassion that the pickleball community has for the people who live in the neighborhood. This is all notwithstanding the efforts of concerned neighbors, posting signs, Parks and Recs leaving a speed trailer on the street for weeks, and Parks and Recs installing a sandwich board at the entrance of the park, reminding the players of the rules and that this is in fact a neighborhood where people live. I would welcome anyone here to come to Samansky on a nice day during the week, after work, or on the weekend and witness firsthand the parking and speed concerns I've brought to your attention. Perhaps the city needs to look into parking passes or even additional designated parking, or explore ways to limit the amount of non-South Burlington residents the court draw. It's unfortunate that a group of individuals has engaged in such a hostile takeover of a once peaceful and quiet park in a small corner of the neighborhood. It's unfortunate that the citizens of Orchard, Laurel Hill, and the South Burlington community cannot enjoy the park and these courts as Parks and Rec intended. And it is unfortunate that after several years of bringing this to the attention of the leaders of the community, nothing has changed. To be honest, from my point of view, it would be unfortunate if the only solution was for the courts to go away. But there needs to be something that happens immediately to address the dire safety issues that these courts have created, and the park needs to be reclaimed as a place to be enjoyed and used in the way it was before. In closing, I urge the city to not allow this issue to get mired in politics, process, and procedure. There is no need for a petition or an inquiry. Action and resolution are all that is needed, and they are needed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this subject? Thank you. Any other speakers about the pickleball courts, Szymanski? No. Any other? So let me just say, I hear you. This is the first time I've ever heard about this issue. And I think the council probably is the first time they've heard about it too, most of them. So we will, I'll come pay a visit this weekend if it's nice, not raining, right? Because I'd like to go visit and see for myself. And so I'll make an effort for that, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll just ride my bike down there, yeah. Thank you. And so this is not on the agenda tonight, so we can't discuss this really because we had a full agenda. So, but thank you for your information.
Tim, could I ask a question? We do have a presentation from Park and Recs tonight, so we'll have an opportunity to hear more about, generally speaking. But it does sound like it might be a reasonable request to consider adding the topic to a future agenda.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other items tonight? Please come forward and make sure that green light is on and tell us your name and where you live.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Andrew Subin. That's S-U-B-I-N. I actually live in 17 Ledge Road in Burlington. I'm general counsel for a cannabis cultivation company based in Middlebury, and I wanted to address the council this evening to ask you to allow me to, in a future date, make a presentation to the council about retail cannabis in South Burlington. As you know, I think, as you probably know, retail cannabis requires a vote of the voters, which would have to be at a special election or on town meeting day. But I think that the people of South Burlington ought to have a vote on whether there should be retail cannabis allowed in South Burlington. And I would very much appreciate an opportunity to be placed on the agenda and present to the board the reasons why I think we should have a vote on retail cannabis in South Burlington.
Great. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Oh, Mr. Brzee? Make sure that mic is on.
It was left on.
Thanks.
I always forget. Lou Brzee. I live on Cranwell Avenue in South Burlington. Been here for a long time. At the last council meeting, there was a presentation on bike paths, and in particular, the discussion was closing the gaps, and that's an appropriate thing to do. And in particular, we've got active projects to close some of the gaps. Sitting there and listening to the discussion, I was reminded that closing the gaps comes up all the time. It started out 20 years ago when I was on the committee, and every committee has worked that issue for years. What I wanted to show you was a map that's up on the screen right now, and it's important that we not only worry about what we need to do in the future, but celebrate what we have already. And as you can see, the green lines are the shared use paths that exist. That's not the only place you can ride a bike. There are bike lanes in streets in addition to that. And the yellow lines are I think the projects that were discussed 2 weeks ago. But every once in a while, we ought to just step back and celebrate the 20 years of progress that the city's made. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. There's just a little bit of yellow on there, but it's coming. It's coming. No other public comment tonight before? Okay. Thank you. Moving on to item 5, which is councilors' announcements and reports on committee assignments, and finally the city manager's report afterwards. Mr. Councilor Smith, would you like to say something?
I'll go first.
Yep.
And on the 10th, I was at the Parks and Recreation and Parks Committee meeting, and Giovanna and Mike both presented on the pickleball issue, so I have heard about it before.
Okay.
And so they stole my thunder on that. I don't need to say much more. I had suggested a petition, and I totally understand the perspective that that's putting the onus on them, but it was brought up under the context of being able to show the level of concern that exists in the community. So that's that piece. We talked about Hubbard Park and the paving of Hubbard Park. There were some concerns of the neighbors about the south end of the path being shifted so that it's moved away from some neighbors' properties. And that was discussed, and a question was raised about when that path would be actually done, and it's on schedule for construction in 2025. So that is it for the Parks and Rec. I also attended a Natural Resource and Conservation Committee meeting, and oops, I'm on the wrong. Hang on one second. Just too many things. There we go. And there's a presentation that's going to be happening tonight on open space and parks. There was a discussion about the land development regulations that the council committee was trying to get put forward for tree preservation in the LDRs. That has been put on hold by the Planning Commission staff as they're working on the Act 100 changes to our LDRs, but it is coming up. There was a back and forth concern about whether the NRCC's proposal was actually going to be presented to the planning commissioners. And I spoke with Paul about it today, and when that gets on the agenda, it will be passed on to the commissioners so they can review it at the appropriate time. The NRCC is looking for someone to lead a presentation or discussion about environmental justice, and if there's any feedback for them on that, that would be helpful. And lastly, on April 24th, there's going to be a wildlife safety event outside the library at City Hall in the evening, which is going to need some advertising and public awareness. So they were looking for help on that. and the NRCC voted to approve their support of this event, which is going to happen on the 24th. And that's what I have.
Thank you. Mike?
Yes, also on the 10th, attended the bike and pedestrian and bike committee. It was the first time I sat in on this group, now that I'm the liaison to it. And I was really impressed that they seem to be addressing something that we've talked about, is sort of a broad view. Though it says bike and pedestrian, they were very focused also on aligning it with other transportation and creating a holistic approach, which I think is, should be the goal of all our committees, to look across the range of where there is overlap. We had a readout on one of the surveys they're doing, on which is the walkability, and it's the perception of walkability from neighborhood to neighborhood, which again, I think I also applauded the committee on its effort to be sort of very inclusive in seeing how things appear depending on where you live in the city. What came out of the initial findings, and it's still a work in progress, was that the issue of walkability, for the most part, in terms of when people choose to walk in our city, is primary for recreation. So, in our aspirations to become a more walkable city in terms of walking as a choice of taking care of, whether it's errands, whether it's taking care of stuff, is still seemingly a secondary factor in terms of when people choose to walk. But I also thought it was very good that in this survey they're doing, and in a follow-up survey they will be doing on the mobility issues in general in the city, they basically acknowledge that when they do their surveys, and this particular survey had 179, so they acknowledge that it is a very small sampling of the city, and this is a challenge I think we've all talked about, is how do we get broader sampling, and this doesn't apply just to these surveys, but also we found out with the election in terms of turnout. But they also, I think, were very proactive in the sense of when they do their survey, if they see that a particular neighborhood of the city is not represented, they will actively reach out to basically connect and try to find information. So I think that I was really impressed by their desire to be attentive to the entire city, to basically weigh the different perceptions that exist in the city, and to move forward on that. They underscored that they had already taken action, especially as it comes to this sort of Chamberlain neighborhood, underscoring the city had done three, I believe, crosswalks along Williston Road. But again, they said their perception was that people don't always acknowledge, or at least not acknowledge, don't see the impact. And again, what kept coming up in discussion is the importance of communicating effectively with the committee. We also had a briefing, again, showing their holistic approach to the issue of transit and transportation and mobility within our city. They had an update from the Safe Route to Schools, but I know that's what Andrew is on, so perhaps Andrew will be giving an update on the Safe Route to Schools. But I was very impressed with a group of people and their effort to be reflective of the interests writ large in our city.
Thank you. Andrew? Can you hear us?
Yeah, hi, Tim. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So, thank you. So I attended an energy committee meeting, and Mike, you were there as well.
But you're the liaison, so I'll let you speak.
Yes, of course. Thank you. So we had a further discussion about possibly enhancing our regulations about EV charging infrastructure. And we received a really nice presentation from Run on Climate with very pertinent information on the relative costs of installing EV charging infrastructure during new construction versus as a retrofit. And that information will kind of be summarized and synthesized and provided further to the Planning Commission as it considers the proposal from the Energy Committee. And then Lou, who just spoke, Lou Beasy gave a presentation on the various things that the city is doing in terms of reducing the municipal greenhouse gas footprint. Lots of things discussed. I think highlights for me are the 3 new heat pumps on the DPW building to significantly reduce the natural gas currently used by the building. I think it's natural gas. along with new EV charging stations that will be at that facility that will be available both for municipal staff, municipal vehicles, and the public. So that's really terrific. Excited about that. Mike, we haven't had a new task force meeting since the last city council meeting, so no real update. But the task force is right now working on crossing guards and learning about how other municipalities employ, retain, train crossing guards, and learning about best practice policies for where crossing guards should go. And that's going to be a topic of the next few meetings as we kind of drill down on that question. Then I also attended, along with Tim, Lori, I think some others, maybe the Tesla grand opening. It was a terrific event, and very excited for that facility to hopefully make a difference in furthering electrification of transportation in the city.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Thank you. I attended 2 school board meetings, and Chris Trombley was named to fill the open position that was vacated by Alex McHenry, the balance of that. There was quite a bit of discussion on dates and processes for another vote on the school board budget, and the discussion centered around the possibility of having up to 2 votes if needed till July 1st. My understanding is there may be some limitations of being able to do that, execute that, and so I think that's an open issue. I will be sitting in on this Wednesday's meeting. Oh, there's Tim. I'll report out for you. And there was a fair amount of discussion or input by community members, largely around an interest in maintaining a couple of key programs that I think families have had their students benefit from. In the meantime, the Essex Westford school budget failed last week. School budget in Rutland failed on a second vote as well. So there is a fair amount of activity going on around the state with getting school budgets passed. And I think the City Council is aware of those challenges, and I hope we will continue to support our school district at the Montpelier level in really helping with solutions there. The current audit, in the meantime, has identified a surplus of a little in excess of $700,000. I don't know if that can be applied to this coming year's budget, or if that has to wait 2 years or not, but that is out on the table. So a lot of activity going on at the school district. I did attend the library trustees board meeting. I won't steal any of Jennifer's thunder, but it was good to be get caught up to speed on some of the activities going on in the library and some of the challenges too. I joined Lori and Andrew at the Tesla opening. I have reached out to a couple of the schools as a possible community engagement vehicle for some of the discussions we had as a council about community engagement on weekends or Saturdays. So I'm waiting to hear back on availability of a couple of the schools, notably Chamberlain and Orchard for those. And then just want to put a plug in for the Affordable Housing Committee has a presentation this Thursday in the library. It's co-sponsored with the library and AARP. Thursday 7 to 8 on ADUs or affordable dwelling units, and is it right for you? So encourage anyone who's thinking about it or doesn't know about it and is considering some addition to their home or property that might be an income producing vehicle and provide additional affordable housing in the city, to attend that for more information.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So immediately prior to this meeting 2 weeks ago, most of us were at a BCA meeting in preparation for the vote that occurred the following Thursday, right, on the 4th. So I also, like the other councilors, worked that election, which was the school budget vote, which consequently failed. I've adopted a new moniker now, which is City Councilor Scissorhands, because I've done 2 grand openings. If you remember, Peter Frayne named Jim Douglas as Governor Scissorhands because he went to every ribbon cutting. So now I've gone to 2. I did the grand opening for the Shaws on Shelburne Road because they They redid their entire produce section, the seafood section, the bakery section, and they put a lot of work and effort into it. And so I said a few words there recounting the history of that area and that building and the businesses around it. And then I handed it over to Victor Trencio, who was the general manager. I attended this wonderful thing that happened in front of City Hall and inside the library and inside the halls of City Hall, which was Illuminate Vermont last Friday and Saturday. I volunteered on Friday night and I came with my family on Saturday. It was a really great time. And I applaud all the hard work from the city and Alana and the organization and Rec and Parks. I was just really thankful that we had about the same weather that we had in December of 2022 when it first happened. We had snow and some drizzle at about the same temperature, even though it's April. But then bang, on Monday, we all got to see the eclipse, right? Which was incredible because it cleared up and it was really nice and warm. I also went to the Tesla grand opening and Councilor Chalnick got to say a few words. I arrived literally seconds before they had the scissors to cut the ribbon. If you watch my NBC5, you actually see me cutting the ribbon, but I was able to say a few words first about the commercial activities on Shelburne Road, the zoning that had to change for their use, and some of the history of the buildings around there, including the Hannafords moving back and forth and stuff like that. I attended the funeral service at the Baptist Church for Sarah Dopp on Friday, which was a really wonderful, wonderful service with great choir music, and they have a wonderful pipe organ there, and their organist played a fugue by Bach at the end. Really nice tribute to Sarah. I attended the Common Area for Dogs meeting with Lisa and Betty and learned about some of the results of the on-leash survey that they conducted and the ongoing work to summarize that. And also Adam presented some information about the progress of the Feral Dog Park project and some grading issues and fence and stuff like that. I have some sad news. If you didn't know, Bob Nowak passed away last week. His visiting hours will be tomorrow at Reedy's on Shelburne Road from 4 p.m. till 7 p.m. If you check the Free Press today, you'll see the full obituary. Bob was married to Pat Nowak. Pat Nowak was a counselor, from back in the mid-2010s up until about 2018 when she passed away. And that's when Dave Kaufman filled in for her after she left. And that's all I have tonight.
So I just have three relatively quick things. Want to sincerely thank the community for really wonderful Illuminate Vermont event and Eclipse event. This was a really heavy lift from staff from community development, recreation and parks, the library, public works to pull off Illuminate Vermont and then go right into an emergency operations center planning for the eclipse. So I was really thrilled and heartwarmed that the community was so peaceful during those events and really celebratory and connecting with one another. It was really wonderful couple of days in South Burlington. I want to thank the community for that and thank all the staff who really stepped up and worked really hard over a few short days. Want to share with the council and the community that on your FY24 policies and strategies work plan is modernizing many of our communications channels, including our website. We have signed a contract for a new municipal website. It will take about 5 to 8 months to do the full build out of that and migration of data over, but will hopefully be much more oriented to how residents interact with government rather than how government pushes information out to residents. So more to come on that. It's not imminent, but Andy is working really hard to move that forward right now. And then finally, mark your calendars for May 30th. There'll be much more public outreach about this in the weeks to come, but that is the day where Wagner Hodgins will come and present, the evening where they will come and present their initial review of options for a city center village green, and we'll do a community walking tour of that effort and have a community discussion about what folks want to see in a city center green. So it will be in the evening, so probably the walk between 4 and 6 and then the meeting after that, but Alana's at the American Planning Association conference this week and will push out that information when she is back. That's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just one final word. the day of the eclipse, I stayed home from work because we were urged not to travel if we didn't have to, and I worked remotely. But I got up my bike and I rode from my house at Cider Mill all the way down through Overlook Park, Hubbard Park, through Farrell Park, down to Oak Ledge, the back door, and I rode all through Oak Ledge all the way down to Waterfront Park, and got there about 2 o'clock and was able to hang around. And it's just, I mean, it was the eclipse was an amazing experience for a lot of people, just because everybody was together to watch this one astronomical thing happen that lasted really for about 10 minutes or so. And but I've never seen that many people in the daytime in those parks. I mean, all along Blanchard Beach, at Oak Ledge was just packed on both sides, and then the full playground park area and the pavilion area at Oak Ledge coming back up all through Farrell. Overlook Park was packed; they had to block it off so nobody else could get in. Hubbard was blocked because they didn't want more cars. There was a car parked on Nolan Farm Road. There were two teenage girls. They were sitting in their trunk. Getting ready to watch it, and it was just it was a really joyous event. And I went back to my neighborhood and sat with some neighbors and got a camera out and tried to take a few pictures. I didn't know what I was doing, didn't have any the correct filters, but I just felt like it was a really special event for a lot of people. And it was unfortunate that it took 12 hours to get home if you came from out of state. I personally know a friend in Colchester whose daughter came from Southbury, Connecticut. It took her 12 hours to get back there. It was 6 hours to get from Burlington to 91, at the end of 89. And then it was another like 6 or 7 hours to get back there. So probably could have organized that better. Not a great day for electric vehicles either, probably. There were too many cars trying to get recharged where there were a few charging stations. And then on the way home, they may have run out. So anyway, that's all. Item number 6, which is the consent agenda. We have the disbursements, item A, the minutes from March 7th, which is item B, and finally, an application for a 2024 library summer programming grant to purchase materials, which is item C. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It looks like it's unanimous. Thank you. And now we're going to move on to item 7, which is consider applicants to the Planning Commission, which has 1 vacancy, the Economic Development Committee, which has 2 vacancies, and the Public Art Committee, which also has 2 vacancies. So we have a number of applicants here. They're probably in the house or they're online. We have their applications as well. Is there a particular order that we want to follow, or?
So it's up to the council. I know there's been some discussion about how we do this process and maybe to do just a teeny bit of table setting. As council knows, and probably some of the community knows, there is a conversation underway about how the committees are structured moving forward to best align to the city plan. So some of the committee appointments in the spring may change. We decided to move these 3 batches of vacancies forward now because one, Planning Commission is a regulatory body that will not change, and with Lori joining us at the council table, need to fill his seat on the Planning Commission. 2, the Economic Development Committee and the Public Art Committee both are having a hard time making quorum with their vacancies. So we wanted to move those forward. So historically in the past, you spent about 5 to 8 minutes with each candidate. You've asked them questions about explaining their interest in an appointment, what do they want to accomplish with service, and how do they work as a group. That's just the council's past practice. You can do it another way if you'd like. For this part of the agenda, you are hearing from the candidates. At the end of your meeting, you will have the option, if you would so choose, to go into executive session to talk about the appointments. So you can make a recommendation later in the evening. And I would recommend Planning Commission first, and then EDC, and then Art. But
Yep.
it's
We're going to just go in order of these applications by committee. So the first person up would be Colin Lawrence. Is Colin in the house? Come on down. And take a seat at the table and make sure that the microphone, when you push the button, has a bright green light. So we have some basic questions we can ask, or you can just introduce yourself and tell us a few things. I think we've all read your application.
Yeah, yeah, I'll say yeah, my name is Colin Lawrence. I live over on Bacon Street, down by the down by that big new Shaw's opening. All the flags, that's fun. Yeah, and I moved here back a couple years ago. I'm like a transportation engineer, kind of by training. I've been doing a lot of traffic simulation, that kind of stuff. Is sort of professional background, and through that area is sort of how I got more interested in planning, sort of and the impact the kind of the urban environment makes on designing efficient transportation systems. That's sort of where my kind of interest in this comes in. And yeah, just, trying to make better walkable and more easy to get around with or without car kind of type communities. And of course, the housing crisis is, something that's, I'm sure in everyone's minds here. And it's sort of underscoring the need for, solutions in that area.
So I have some basic questions here. I'm going to ask them, but when I'm done, the rest of the council can obviously ask different questions if they'd like. Okay. So have you attended any planning commission meetings yet?
Yeah, I've attended a couple of them. Yeah. Yeah, there was, remember I was coming for a couple of those with all the back and forth on the Tesla rezoning with it. I thought that was kind of fun how that was going down. Yeah, I'm going to every one of them, but yeah, I have sat in a couple of them. Yeah.
Okay. And so you're aware of the time commitment involved?
Yeah, it's every other Tuesday, right? Yeah.
So twice a month.
Twice a month, whatever.
Right.
Close, yeah, about that.
Good. And so you can make that commitment at those times?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And how do you work in a group of people like that? Have you had experience on other volunteer committees before?
No, I haven't. Volunteer committees per se, no. I mean, done plenty of, group projects of work, of course, so there's definitely a lot of, trying to find consensus on things, it's definitely cannot be a, unilateral decision on any of this. And yeah, any kind of decision making, you got to figure out what are people hung up on, and then understanding why are, and there's a disagreement between you and them, listen to them, and then I'll get convinced or they can convince however that's going to work. And, but yes, I've not been in a volunteer committee before, no.
What kind of skills that are unique that you think you bring to this position?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is coming from my background in transportation engineering. Just sort of I really tend to think things a lot in terms of like a network idea of like how things move to like how people move around, not just on vehicles, which I know is a problem in my trade, but with focus on vehicles, but just how people move around and such. And just very kind of when I'm seeing something looking like, okay, like what are the densities here? How is that going to affect this area? How many more people are we adding this spot? What's that going to change the community feel? Like, for example, are we adding enough density to this area to actually support, say, like, mixed use development for our people walking distance? So I think that would probably be the kind of, at least the mindset. I will say I'm not exactly sure how relevant this is going to be, but I'm also pretty comfortable just doing like analysis and like GIS software types and stuff like that. Like, not to say that I'm I've met, talked to Paul and talked to Marlon, I'm not saying I know stuff that they wouldn't be able to do, but they're short on time or something. There's like basic geospatial analysis to like look on what the impact of a particular change might be. Yeah, that's I can just kind of assist on the weekends. It's kind of fun little projects. Yeah.
So what kind of use do you make of you live at Bacon Street Lofts?
Mm-hmm.
So that's in a pretty large, dense area, including the Odell Apartments, City Place, East Common 1 and 2, right? And Maidstone and Olympiad, and there's a couple other buildings there. And there's a brand new building that's coming up in front of you.
Yeah. I'm watching it every day.
That's the old Kegel Sitco. Mm-hmm. You're on top of the old Seaway Car Wash.
Yeah, I heard, yeah.
It's ancient history, but... do you appreciate the fact that that's mixed use and you can walk pretty much to any business or
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's great. If I forgot cinnamon, more cinnamon, I just walked over to Shaw's and got it in like 2 minutes. And I wish more people had that. Yeah, no, I mean, that's partly why I ended up there part of it was one of the few places I was able to get into due to the aforementioned housing problems. But yeah, it's, I really do like being able to walk around whenever I possibly can. I, always walk into Farrell Park and stuff like that, trying to get as much shopping as I can on foot. Partly that is, I was attending a meeting over with Burlington about improvements to the Shelburne Road Home Ave intersection, because that's something I cross a lot on foot a lot, and I really do not like that experience. I really love living in that kind of place where all of amenities and walking distance, and I want to try to see how can we get more people within the city to be able to get these benefits that I currently have. I see a lot of the cool master plans and PUDs with all that stuff going behind like Shelburne Road, between Sherman Bay and Shelburne Road. I think that's a lot of really cool projects in the pipeline there, and
Council have questions?
I was wondering, as your sense of this city. I mean, so at the end of the day, this is about the whole city.
Mm-hmm.
You've talked very much and very positively about the neighborhood you live in. Do you have a sense of the other parts of the city and how you see, as you said, your goal is, or your ambition would be to expand the opportunities that you find yourself having to other parts of the city where people live?
I mean, yeah. So, of course, not the entire. I'm not saying we need to put apartment buildings on every single square inch of this city. I think the city has done a really good job of what's it called? Of really trying to focus on conservation as well. I really am a fan of infill development and keeping the more wild and quiet places wild. So, I guess I'm more thinking in terms of I have friends down on Kennedy, and they are in a pretty dense area. But they always complain they have to get in their car to drive basically anywhere because there aren't that many amenities in their city, even though it is a pretty high density area. So I think I more mean is in that the areas that already have some density. We don't. I'm not saying put a a supermarket in the middle of the southeast quadrant or something. Conservation is absolutely important too. We've got a lot of dense corridors. First, you have a lot of you'll have condos off Shelburne Road. They're sort of disconnected from all the other amenities on Shelburne Road. There's no bike path back there or any kind of sidewalks. So you might have someone that lives a half mile from the Hannafords on Shelburne Road in a big condo, but they still got to get in their car and drive because there's just no good connection there. And those kind of how we can best enable that through legislation is something I'm very interested in. Does that answer the question?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
I just have a quick question. What motivated you to choose South Burlington as your home?
The honest answer, I wanted a place kind of mid-sized city. So I grew up in a town of actually about similar size, about 20,000 outside of Portland, Portland, Maine. Sorry, I never know when to specify there or not, but So I really loved Portland, Maine growing up. It's a great place to be. And the kind of greater Burlington area was I want to be farther from home and not too close to home. And I visited Burlington a few times. I went to Middlebury College back in the day, so I sort of visited a few times. It's like Portland, but not Portland. So that's basically how I ended up here. And I like South Burlington. It's sort of a really nice extension where it's a bit less hectic than downtown Burlington.
Andrew, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Colin. I'm wondering if you have any familiarity with our land development regulations, the LDRs. I know you spoke or you wrote in your application, about a few opportunities you see for the city. But I'm wondering if you have looked at the LDRs. Are there particular things that you'd like to change, or particular things you'd like to work on, or particular opportunities in the LDRs that you see?
So that's a good question. I probably should prepare to answer that slightly better. I have read through a lot of that at some point, but it's been a while. There's a lot of information in there. In terms of specific reforms, there's not any super oh my gosh, that just absolutely needs to be changed. I guess one thing that I have particular interested in a fair amount is the idea of parking maximums and stuff like that. I've seen a lot how South Burlington has implemented that. I'm seeing, I perhaps noticed that most of this because I observed firsthand, seeing new developments in my neighborhood, and there's a bit of a glut of parking in that area. If you were to ask the opinion of someone who looks at that during peak periods, and those lots are not even close to full. Stuff like parking. What's it called? parking parking minimums. Cause I've known the max, like there's minimums versus maximums. I know that Burlington's been a lot, like they've been doing a lot of work on the park, having seen the maximums, and stuff like, you know, what is where are these height limits coming from, stuff like that. Like are these kind of like, is this number we want? Are things changing? Like, you know, you have a facade in the building, is something you want, something you don't want, density requirements. There's nothing too bad, but there's sometimes I'm just looking at a high density neighborhood and I'm not exactly sure, like, why is this number like 20 units per acre? Should it be 18? Should it be 22? Like, where do we pick that number from? Was kind of because it's a round number? Is it the right number? And stuff like that. And I know one specific thing I think I mentioned in particular is I really like stuff like setbacks from roads are something that really does interest me a lot. Not to say that I was looking at the setbacks requirements like, oh my God, that's so bad. But, you know, just how setback requirements inform how people can treat a street, how they drive on the street, how it makes sense of space if you're not in this huge void. So stuff like, you know, what can we do to best enable that? But I mean, I've not exactly memorized every figure from the LDR off the top of my head. So.
No. That's a really great, thorough answer. Can I just one follow up? I know that the Planning Commission also in the next, you know, in the foreseeable future is going to be discussing transportation demand management. Mm-hmm. And is that something you're familiar with?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's trying to. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely. It's a big discussion within transportation engineers because there's sort of been this huge shift in the latter half of the 20th century of trying. We want to maximize as much VMT as possible, vehicle miles traveled, to try to get people moving as much as possible as the metric for success. Versus now, there's the whole shift to like trying to reduce the number of miles for climate reasons, for livability reasons, and yeah, that's super cool stuff, and how we can, you know, encourage better transportation demand management. I know one particular thing I saw that really concerns me is there's a lot of emphasis on like trying to give alternative options, like with like for example the public transit, where at the same time I'm noticing that Green Mountain Transit is like threatening massive service cuts if they don't get more money, and it's something I wonder, like in terms of transportation demand management, are there ways that we could leverage that as a potential funding source for Green Mountain Transit? I'm not committed to that. I'm just seeing headlines and wondering if that's a potential avenue we could explore. Yeah.
Do you have any questions for us?
Thank you.
One very basic one. What is the term of this appointment? I wasn't clear on that.
So that is actually something the council will talk about later on. So the continuation of Lori's appointment is, I think, for the remainder of this year, so only for 2 more months. But then there will be a vacancy in June. So this council could appoint for that interim position or appoint for the entire next term.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm just not a deal breaker your way. I was just curious. Yeah, I think don't my other specific questions.
Great. Thanks for applying, Colin.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next would be Helen Reilly. Does anybody know Helen Reilly? Is she here? She looks familiar. Get to ask her these questions.
It looks
Be
very
kind,
different
Tim.
out here.
Are you now, or have you ever been a city councilor for the city of South Burlington?
Yes, I have been.
Disregard all that. All right. So, Ms. Reilly, what's your interest in this position?
Well, I was interested at, all of a sudden I had a lot of free time. No, I was being facetious. I'm interested because I'm certainly familiar with both our city plan and the goals and visions, I guess, for the community. And I think it's really important that the Planning Commission I thought it would be helpful to have someone really familiar with those plans and their activities to kind of complete some of the work that they have been doing in the last couple years. Currently they're looking at changes that we need to make to align with the new housing regulations on the state level. I think there's lots of
possibilities in terms of how we redevelop or revitalize different areas in the community. I would bring to the table a real commitment to find kind of a balance between development and open space, and work to make sure that our land use development regulations can achieve those ends. So I think there's a continuity that might be helpful.
Are you aware of the time commitment for this?
I am indeed.
Do you have the time?
I do now.
Okay, good. And tell us about the skills that you could bring to this job, this position.
Well, I think I bring probably about 30 years of effectively working in small groups, getting to yes, listening carefully and thoughtfully, obtaining new information that would inform decision making. And I think I have a track record of good collaboration and working with smaller groups of people, as well as kind of listening to the public and hearing that kind of information and input.
Does the council have questions? Mike?
Helen, I was wondering, now that you've stepped back and have had a time to reflect on things, I think I've always found that when I've moved on from a job, you look back and you value what you do, but sometimes you see new opportunities. And as you said, you're talking about joining and ensuring continuity, but have you had it? I was just curiosity in stepping back and having time to sort of breathe a little bit. Has it brought any other insights, as you said, to these agendas that or these priorities that you see that are in front of the planning zone?
Well, I haven't stepped back for too long, so I haven't had a huge amount of time to think about it. But I was a liaison to the Planning Commission, and my husband was on the Planning Commission for a while. And I think the work that they do is very, very important to articulate and put into structure or process the some of the policies, obviously not, that the council embarks upon. And I think there's still work to be done. I think we need to really, as I said, really think about how we can enhance and develop and partner with the private sector to really think about all the parking lots that we have that are empty, some of the industrial or commercial spaces that aren't being used. And I think the Planning Commission will have a part in that conversation. And that's something I feel very strongly about. There's still lots to do. You're never done. And this seems to be sort of a smaller slice of the pie to look at that I'm interested in and committed to.
Elizabeth, any questions?
Well, first off, it's very strange seeing you from this side of the table.
I guess that works both ways, huh?
Yeah. I do have a question. One of the things that I learned starting to sit in the Affordable Housing Committee meetings, who will have some vacancies as well coming up, is really the opportunity for the council to evaluate committee selection criteria.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the questions that either came from the Affordable Housing Committee or came up in my thought process and in identifying what some of that criteria might be would be feedback from committee members on where the gaps may be in representation on the committees. So I'm curious, based on, you probably were involved in appointing most of the current Planning Commission, and I'm sure Lori left some gaps moving on to the council. But from your perspective, where are there gaps in experiences or professional competencies or geographic representation, whatever you might identify in gaps with the Planning Commission now?
I don't believe there's too many geographical gaps. So I think the Planning Commission, if you better represent your neighborhood, many of the neighborhoods are represented on the Planning Commission. So I think that's helpful. I suppose all of our committees could use a younger demographic, and I clearly don't bring that. But I also have the time and interest, and that's important too, and a certain historical continuity, I guess, of staying with something for a while. You know, I am very impressed with the current Planning Commission. I think they ask a lot of the right questions. I think there's business interests and all different kinds of interests that are part of that commission. So there's some expertise that's really important. I'm not sure I bring any formal expertise in terms of, I think the candidate before me had a lot of experiences or training that would be really helpful. And so that's always good to look for, but I think it's pretty well balanced. There's a couple women, there's, men. So that seems to have balance, just that youth is not there.
Andrew, do you have any questions? I guess he doesn't. What? Here he comes.
No, I don't. Thank you for applying, Helen. Thank you. Must be interesting to be sitting there answering these questions.
But you've been very nice. Your questions have been nice.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, no, I don't. Other than just because I was a former counselor, I don't think that's necessarily is the reason to appoint me. I think, as Elizabeth was suggesting, that kind of balance of skill sets. So I would not, I guess I'll just put it on the table. I would not be offended if you decided that someone else had the skills that were missing that were important. So I don't come at this thinking it's an entitlement and an automatic. I just saw an opening and I have real interest, and I thought I could bring some experience and knowledge to the table that would be helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Great. We're going to move on to the next person now. Cruising along. Luke Brissetti, did I pronounce the last name correctly?
Close enough.
What? Brichetti. Oh, darn it. It's the double C, is that?
Double C, the Italian double C.
Shoot.
You gotta be following her, huh? Tough position.
Luke, you're also applying for the position on the Planning Commission, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
You want to tell us about yourself a little bit?
Sure, yeah. So my name is Luke Brichetti. I am a South Burlington resident. I live in the Old Orchard Park development off of Shelburne Road. Lived there since about 2020. I guess I'm currently a PhD student at UVM. Prior to that, I worked in regional planning for a little bit at the Northwest Regional Planning Commission in St. Albans. So I have some prior planning experience. We're on the regional scale, worked on land use, water quality, and some transportation stuff there, which is a different scale than this. But I guess I would say that I bring a combination of big picture and little picture, if that makes sense. Some pragmatism mixed with understanding that kind of planning is about short, medium, and long-term visioning for the future, and that's something I would like to be a part of in my community. If you guys deem that I have the experience and knowledge relevant for the position.
And you worked on the Northwest RPC for 2 years?
I did, yeah.
What were some of the challenges there?
It's a good question. Well, I think that one of the challenges is like with a lot of jobs is getting siloed into focusing on one specific thing. So I could see sometimes there's someone appointed to there's people who are working on the water quality and sort of natural resource things, people working on transportation, people working on economic development, and oftentimes people don't, especially I was working there during COVID, so people often don't talk as much as they should and interface besides at the executive council meetings and things like that. So I think communication now that was as a staff position, so a planning, a volunteer planning commission is different. But yeah, I think communication and also just kind of being aware of, and I think this is really relevant to South Burlington, like being aware of what's going on outside of your city. So there's a tendency, we're trying to do the best thing for the residents of South Burlington, but often what's best for the residents of South Burlington is what's best for the residents of the greater Burlington area as well. And so I think being aware that like people who live in South Burlington are being aware of working outside of the city boundaries and having kind of that greater approach, I think is important.
Have you had a chance to look through the land development regulations themselves and take a peek at them?
I haven't, so I think that's probably one of the areas that I would lag behind some of the other candidates, is experience working directly in the town and working directly on these issues. But I'm a fast learner and a good listener, so hopefully I'd be able to make up that ground.
It's a fascinating document, it really is. It's fun reading.
I have had a chance to look through the city plan and some of that.
Okay, you've read the city plan, right?
Yeah, I mean maybe not to the T, but I have looked through the city plan and read some of that. Yeah.
Are you aware of the time commitment that's involved?
Yeah. So yes, I'm aware of the time commitment of the meetings, and I guess I had a follow-up question on the time commitment outside of the meetings. So any sort of subcommittees or preparation for the meetings and what that might entail would be useful to hear.
Maybe Mr. Smith could answer that.
No subcommittees that you need to be involved in, but there's a lot of homework.
Yeah.
There's a lot of homework. You get a package the Thursday or Friday before the meeting, which is not very long to review, often upwards of 100 pages of documentation that are related to the topic that you're covering.
Okay.
And the LDRs will become your friend if you're on the commission.
Cool.
Very exciting document.
Thanks for the info. I appreciate it.
Have you attended any of the meetings at all?
I have not, no.
And in a group, what kind of dynamic do you bring when you're working with a group of people like that?
Yeah, I think I will work well with others. I'm a social scientist now, so I spend a lot of time thinking about how to work with others, and often working with others. I've done some teaching too, which is a dynamic that involves being willing to listen to people and kind of having the humility to not step over people and also kind of be assertive. So I think I bring good people skills and good working with others skills.
Other counselors have questions?
Yeah, Tim, just real quick. Thanks, Luke. So I know you said that you hadn't read or not familiar with the LDRs, but I'm just wondering, do you have kind of some familiarity with the zoning in the city, zoning different areas? And if so, do you have thoughts about how things are working or what, things you might want to work on or change?
Yeah, I think I do have general familiarity with how zoning regulations work in Vermont, just from my time working at the regional planning commission setting. Specific to South Burlington, I don't have a ton of experience with other than like what the maps I've seen in like the city plan. of the way the zoning is laid out currently. I generally do believe in kind of, I don't know if anyone's ever read like donut economics, but the kind of the donut view of how to approach things, of, you know, not of the importance of developing enough and providing services that and housing that meets the needs of people without kind of exceeding the limits of your resources and you know, your planet, but all, in the case of climate resilience, but also smaller scale, like you know, preserving open space and recreation and things like that, and kind of being in that Goldilocks sweet spot of development and conservation. So I do kind of ascribe to that principle, I would say, in general.
You think South Burlington is nearing that limit, or we've got a lot more room to go?
I think from what I know of South Burlington and my experience living in the city and you know, and recreating in the city and walking, and I think that South Burlington is doing a really good job kind of navigating that, and you know, I'd be happy to be part of kind of the future visioning for the city, like I said, of like the short, medium, and long term implications of planning for the city.
Elizabeth, did you have any questions?
Just a quick question. In your regional planning experience, can you give me an example that you were specifically proud of a certain accomplishment or a contribution you made to a decision or a project in particular?
Yeah, so I guess one thing that I'm proud of that might be kind of different from what I would do in a municipal setting, but was I worked on a project with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that ended up resulting in a decent amount of funding for culvert and bridge replacements throughout Franklin County. And I guess part of why I'm proud of that is because that wasn't something that anyone at the Planning Commission was doing prior to that. So that was something that I sought out. The cooperative agreement, you know, worked with Fish and Wildlife on that, worked for some other grants that would allow us to replace road crossings for things like wildlife passage and water quality, and then, you know, found the projects and hired the contractors and did kind of all the project management to get us there. So that was rewarding, to take something all the way from conception of an idea, not really having any funding and just kind of having and feeling that something was needed, and then actually like getting it implemented. So yeah, I think that was something I was proud of.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks very much for applying. I appreciate. I'm so glad to see so much interest. Luke, you mentioned finding that balance in terms of being able to resource the development, but the development not to sort of ruin what's trying to be achieved. Could you flush that out a little bit more, in how the planning zone, and your understanding what the role of the planning zone is in helping find that balance that you articulated so well?
Yeah, so, you know, I want to reiterate, kind of in the same vein of what Helen said, that there are certain things that I would not be offended if, as with the level of experience I have, I was not the person selected to this position. But generally, in simple terms, like I think it's important to develop in the areas that are already fairly dense, and to, I think, affordable housing is very important in our city right now, and continuing to increase that stock is really important, while also kind of conserving in places that have more open space now. So kind of taking the and I guess I would also say in areas that are currently mixed use, being really careful and cognizant of the way that you develop, and not being averse to development because something is mixed use. So I think it's important where we are now that we aren't, even as someone who is very conservation minded, not being overly conservation minded, given kind of the growth of our city. So hope that somewhat answers your question.
Thanks. Do you have any questions for us?
Other than
the previous question,
the question I already asked, I don't think I have anything at the moment.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for your application. All right. And we will be in touch. And we probably will try to make a decision tonight, right?
Great.
So I think we're probably gonna do that tonight, right? Okay. And so either way, everybody gets notified whether they are appointed or not.
Great. Thanks, counselors. Appreciate it.
For coming. Brichetti, Luke Brichetti. Next is, we have a dual application for Planning Commission and the Economic Development Committee for Megan Tedder. Megan is online. I see an MT. You're muted. There's your camera. Hi, Megan.
Yes, hello. Hi, guys. Thank you. This has been really enjoyable, even just listening to everyone's experience on this call. My name is Megan, and I will just disclose I just bought a house in South Burlington, so I have only been a resident for a little over a month. Technically, I've been living in this area for over 6 years, and I work in affordable housing. That's really like my passion. And I come from an environmental science background. I actually read the city plan before I moved here just because I am nerdy like that. And I really enjoy what I read in terms of balancing climate change and also a lot of DEI factors that I find really important. So thanks for having me today.
Do you have a preference? Is Planning Commission your first choice and EDC is your second?
I went in thinking it was going to be the Planning Commission, but as I did my kind of research walking into this space, I think I might be a better fit for the Economic Development Commission, given my background and also my capacity. I work full time and I also go to school. And just how you guys answered the last question with all the extra homework pieces, I want to be really transparent and honest about my own capacity to pour over those types of technical documents in addition to what I'm kind of juggling.
The Economic Committee meets once a month, and it's usually at 5 p.m. Until about 7 p.m. Is that okay for you? That would work?
Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's totally reasonable. Yeah.
And you can attend remote or come to City Hall, either way. They do this meetings remote.
Yeah. Thank you.
And if you've only been here a month, you probably haven't had a chance to attend a meeting yet, right?
Okay. No.
Makes sense. No. What skills do you think you would bring to that committee?
Yeah, so I've done a lot of community organizing work. So I know Jesse from Champlain Housing Trust. I had worked there for several years doing resident engagement work. And so I am really familiar with different areas of South Burlington. As you kind of talked about some of the apartments, I have been in those communities talking to residents. They do really vary. Like I think about Dorset Commons versus Odell versus where I live now, like with the co-op next to me, all very different. And I think one of the benefits to me being in this space is that I have worked with a variety of different backgrounds and different types of people and done more of that grassroots organizing. I did a lot of community building type events. And in my current position, I work for Evernorth. And so I'm able to kind of expand on that and do it on a greater scale.
What does Evernorth do?
Yeah, so Evernorth used to be Housing Vermont, if you're familiar with that. So we are a low income tax credit syndicator and investor. And in Vermont, we develop and co-own properties.
Okay.
So we also work in New Hampshire and Maine, but we're most involved in Vermont. And so it's kind of nice to be more deeply connected to the communities here. I think that's one of the things I wanted to hold on to as I kind of transitioned into my new role. And I focus on like technical support for resident services in affordable housing communities, trying to just bring resources in, help staff meet the increasing needs of our residents. So that's, where I'm at currently.
Councilors have questions? Mike? Mike has been on that committee.
Yes, I was wondering, and the main task of that committee which is focusing in on, is developing a strategic economic development plan. So in that way, you obviously have very, very extensive background in affordable housing and clearly a passion for it. So if you try to broaden it out, as you said, you have a broader perspective on economic strategic development in general. What are sort of the factors that you think are important for the committee to consider as it goes forward in that way?
Yeah, I think I will admit, obviously, I have a very focused passion and understanding and kind of looking at housing. But as I was looking at some of the details, and I really appreciate and think we need to move more towards these mixed use neighborhoods. I think that's really where you get the quality of life that you want, and that it also balances the needs for economic development and the needs for residents to have stability. So thinking about how the desire to have, I think it's like commercial, I'm going to write down the term. I think it was commercial usage for limited neighborhood. So really thinking about what that commercial usage is and how it kind of helps build the neighborhood like into a thriving community that meets the diverse needs. I think that's where I can see supporting South Burlington in this committee. And I did look up just a few of the things that you guys had been doing, and some of them did look like event focused, like it had a component of that. And I think that I can be really strong in that area, but I am a self-starter and I'd love to learn more too through this engagement.
Yeah, I've been the liaison. I was the liaison for that committee, and time and time again, the theme would come up about businesses wanting to expand, but they are having trouble, getting employees who live nearby because housing is such a challenge, especially workforce housing, right? And the challenge of Beta, for example, wanting to hire 600 people over the next X number of years, right? And on Logic as well, and the difficulty finding places for those people to live that are going to be hired. So your perspective sounds interesting for an economic development committee. So do you have any questions for us?
I don't think I do. I just, appreciate your time and look forward to hearing from you all and participating more in this community now.
Elizabeth, did you have anything?
I guess I should ask Megan, because I did, in one of my reports earlier, I sit as the council liaison on the Affordable Housing Committee, and I certainly don't want to pigeonhole anyone and want to give people an opportunity to volunteer where they have interests, but your background certainly is relevant to the Affordable Housing Committee as well. Would you be open to considering that at the same time or as well?
Yeah, I didn't know that would be, and I didn't see that as an opportunity before. I do value civic engagement. I am only 31, but I want to show up and, stand by my values and be in these spaces. And I think that would be a really great option if it's available.
Great, thank you, I appreciate it.
Those appointments would be processed in the summertime. We're closer to June.
Well, it depends what decisions the council makes in the future about the committees, but yes, in June or July.
Right, okay. Yeah, so this summer, Megan, there will be some churn going on with placements of people on those committees. So there's an opportunity there, okay? Andrew, you had a question?
I will keep that in mind. Andrew.
Yeah, hi Megan. So clearly you've articulated the link between ensuring that folks have a place to live that's affordable and thriving businesses in South Burlington. It's a very important link. I wonder if you have other thoughts on, what policies the Economic Development Committee might suggest, what things the city might do to support our existing businesses and to attract new businesses so our commercial sector can thrive.
That's a good question. Policies I would recommend. I can't help but go back to housing just because that's my focus, but I do think the workforce housing initiative is really important. I know at Evernorth, we've been able to do some interesting things with hospitals and other things to try to develop those opportunities. I think that's critical. Jobs and housing are two, and you need one and the other. They kind of feed each other. I think about our homelessness crisis a lot, and how once you get out of it, it's really difficult to get back into the economic system that we have. And so maybe that's even thinking about how to engage people that have been kind of stuck out of the system at some point, and how we can bring them back in to meet the needs that we're seeing in terms of workforce.
Okay, thank you.
Megan, thanks for applying. We'll be in touch, all right, after tonight.
Great, thank you.
And you can stay on the meeting if you want, or whatever you want to do. And
Appreciate it.
And there's an economic development meeting tomorrow, right? Or no, yeah, tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. Great, thank you. We're going to turn our attentions now to, we're continuing with economic development, right? Because we have two more. Is Christopher Kerrigan in the house? Come on down.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Mark Kerrigan, and I live in Summer Woods Condo Association over by the airport. I've been a resident since 2009. I was raised and born in Vermont as well. And I recently joined the University of Vermont and working in strategic partnerships for the Professional and Continuing Education Division, which is PACE. Prior to that, because I only started 2 months ago, I worked as the Vice President of Business Development for the statewide Vermont Chamber of Commerce. And for 16 years, I served as a lobbyist and worked on manufacturing and energy and transportation issues. So I'm very knowledgeable about supportive tax policy and getting some really impressive tax exemptions over the finishing line, which I think we could definitely use for business recruitment. Getting back to a question which was just asked about what could we use to recruit more businesses to South Burlington. So in addition to tax policy, there's also funding resources at the state level that we could leverage as well. But in addition to serving as a lobbyist, I also managed the Vermont Aerospace and Aviation Association, worked very closely with Beta Technologies, also built the Vermont-Quebec Aerospace Trade Quarter, which we extended to Connecticut, and then we expanded to Ontario. So spent a lot of time transforming Vermont into a supply chain hub, and I was really happy to read through the comments on the from the Economic Development Committee regarding the city plan and the work to transform South Burlington into a supply chain hub. So I think that's a really great opportunity. And I also worked on managing the manufacturing division, and of course worked on membership and events. And I was very interested in this position, and I'm very glad to be here this evening.
Who were you a lobbyist for?
The statewide Vermont Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a 4-person lobbying team. So I was the go-to lobbyist for manufacturing, energy, and transportation issues.
Have you had a chance to attend any of the meetings?
I have not, but I read through the comments on the city plan by the Economic Development Committee.
Have you seen any of the minutes from the previous meetings at all?
I have not.
Okay. You were sitting with Mr. Bailey. Are you a friend of Mr. Bailey's?
I was just sitting right next to him, and he actually encouraged that I run for the position or apply for the position.
You live in the same neighborhood?
That's true. That's true. Yes.
Thank you. So it sounds like you have an extensive background, so I'm not going to ask you what skills you bring to that position, right? What would you hope to accomplish in that committee?
I would love to share my passion for economic development and knowledge of recruitment, and the opportunities, for example, to recruit, what we call foreign direct investment opportunities, those Quebec companies that are looking for a Vermont/US footprint in order to do business in the US. I think given our proximity to the Canadian border, there's real opportunity, and I can bring a lot of contacts and understanding of the Quebec market to this role. Again, the understanding of supportive tax policy and all the funding resources, because I think there's an opportunity as part of the Strategic Economic Development Plan to create like a value proposition sheet, a reason why businesses should relocate or establish themselves in South Burlington. I'm very passionate about all the development that's happening in and around the Burlington International Airport. When Senator Leahy, for example, brought back earmarks, I jumped on that opportunity, and I was the one who wrote the $10 million earmark application for that, for the brand new Burlington Technical Center. And workforce is going to be so important because we're going to be able to, with that new school, recruit out-of-state students and really train them as the next generation of maintenance, repair, and overhaul technicians, and then hopefully keep them here in Vermont and then source them to our aerospace manufacturers throughout the state, including Beta.
So how do we balance this potential growth, right, with then the influx of students and demand for services at the schools, with then the need for extra housing?
Right.
And we're constrained, right?
Right.
Is
Well, there's, you've got a lot of variables to consider. So, on the workforce front, and this is one of the reasons I went back to work for my alma mater, the University of Vermont, is to really help our manufacturers and employers on upskilling their workforce. We have a severe workforce labor shortage. People are just not having enough kids. So we need to, as Frank Chaffee with GBI says, the first rule of economic development is to protect and grow what you already have, and that can apply to workforce as well. So we need to upskill our current workforce. And then at the same time, on the housing front, we do need Act 250 reform. We need reform when it comes to zoning and permitting, and we need to be building more affordable housing, especially for the missing middle, especially in downtown areas. And so it's a balancing act, between the business and environment as well. But there's a lot to consider.
And the labor issue is really important, right? Because I have a feeling that there's this whole segment of high school seniors, juniors and seniors that are exiting, and I don't know if they're being employed to their full potential. They're not being trained to their potential. They're not participating as deeply as they could in the workforce. And I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know whose responsibility that is per se, right?
Yeah,
we're doing enough.
Well, yeah, part of the answer is, dual enrollments and, engaging the high school students and on programming at the college and university level so that they can get credits and hit the ground running and getting their interest. And then when they're at the college or university level, making them aware, right, of what opportunities exist right here in Vermont so that we can source them back, right, to the employers. The other population that I worked closely with are the military retirees. We're seeing a mass exodus of them leaving the state to go to Tennessee and Kentucky. And part of the reason is because their pensions were getting taxed. So back in 2022, I was successful in lobbying and testifying and getting across the finish line a partial military retiree pension tax exemption. So it's partial. It's better than nothing, but we can do a much better job, and at least because when those people retire, they're between the ages of 38 and 42. They still have a second career ahead of them. So let's do a better job of retaining, and they already have housing, so.
Thank you. Questions from other councilors?
I had a quick question about balancing economic development and growth management. And it touches on what Tim was talking about our schools, our housing, our infrastructure, et cetera, and what sort of vision you hold for South Burlington and its ability to balance growth and economic development.
I definitely want to see a balanced approach. We can do both without one at the expense of the other, and we can do smart growth. And I think it's important to fish where the fish are and see which industries, are going to be the industries of tomorrow. So what Global Foundries is doing with the University of Vermont on the Tech Hub and combining that with the CHIPS Act and really onshoring and strengthening our semiconductor supply chain is so strategic. So being strategic about the industries that are going to be growing in the future and then aligning that strategic economic development plan with those growth industries, but in a smart way.
Along that line, just to develop that a little bit more, I mean, one of the challenges, obviously, as we saw in just passing the city budget, it was just by 2%. So there's obviously a certain fatigue on residential property tax, understandably. In the strategic economic development plan, is that an avenue towards helping the city grow its revenue base with perhaps avoiding having to put additional burdens if we continue to expand our services or pursue some aspirations we have? So is the economic development plan a document that would help drive this and still align itself with a lot of the objectives that we have in terms of clean energy? If you've mentioned the Tech Hub has talked about itself about knowledge-based economy. So how do you see this document helping us manage these? You said they don't have to be competing; they can actually be complementary. So if you could just flush that out a little bit more.
Yeah, I think if we are strategic, understanding where the high growth industries are going to be, and then if we are able to recruit the betas, the Dynapowers, the OnLogics of the world, we're going to be increasing our tax base, which will then in return help to pay for the services, right, that you're talking about. So it all comes down to, increasing the tax base, but in a responsible way that also protects the environment, that provides the revenue for all the services that we want and need.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, I'm interested in your experience and maybe observations in the manufacturing sector. What, from your perspective, and you've mentioned a few of the initiatives that are certainly emerging and of interest. Can you just speak to sort of the trends in kind of clean and green manufacturing?
The trends, definitely, I worked in aerospace aviation, and there's definitely a trend towards electrification. There's also a trend towards the adoption of biofuels and even e-fuel. And all of these new alternative modes of transportation are going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which is what we want to work towards. So those are the trends that I see, that I worked closely with. And then other trends in manufacturing that they're grappling with are workforce and housing. And they go hand in hand. And there is an incredible attrition rate right now with employee turnover. So I've worked with manufacturers, large manufacturers that have hired, 232 employees in 5 to 6 months, but then lose 200 for a net 32. And, that's not sustainable. So, and there's many reasons for that, but those are the challenges that manufacturing is dealing with right now.
I'm familiar with those numbers too.
Yeah.
I might know some of that. Andrew, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, thanks, Tim, and thanks, Chris. I have 2 questions. One, Chris, so you mentioned in your opening that you thought the city perhaps could use some tax policy levers to help businesses, attract businesses. Can you hear me?
I didn't catch the first part. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I think you mentioned in your opening that you thought the city could use some tax policy levers to attract businesses or to help existing businesses. And wondering what levers do you see the city having in the tax space that we could utilize?
Well, you can utilize and leverage the tax exemptions that we already have. And so, I worked extensively on and was instrumental in getting across the finish line, for example, the expansion of the manufacturing tax exemption. And that essentially makes use tax exempt all of the parts, equipment, and machinery between raw materials and finished goods, and all of the ancillary processes related to an integrated manufacturing operation as tax exempt, as well as some after initial processes such as testing, quality assurance, and packaging. We got that over the finish line in 2022, effective July 1st, 2022. That is saving our manufacturers, for example, money so that they can reinvest in workforce recruitment and retention, new equipment and machinery, etc. Makes us competitive with the 33 other states that have similar tax exemptions in place. And it's funny when I work with companies and I share that information, including the explainer chart from the Department of Taxes, which I worked closely with on that, their CFOs don't even know anything about it. So it's an awareness, it's an educational opportunity. There's the military pension tax exemption. There's the 6% aviation sales tax exemption on the maintenance, repair, and overhaul of parts, equipment, and machinery for both commercial and private aircraft that I got made permanent in 2018. So there's a lot of tax policy that we've already got in place that we can really package and market promote and recruit businesses to South Burlington. And then on the funding and the resources, we've got the Vermont Employment Growth Incentive, which is cash performance for payroll growth. There is the Vermont Training Program, which will cover up to 50% of your training costs. We've got other resources. There's other funding mechanisms too that are available. We just need to package it right as part of this economic development plan and strategy for South Burlington, and then go to market. But first of all, what's the plan?
So Chris, with your permission, if I can just paraphrase. So it's not so much that we, as municipal leaders, can implement tax policy which may attract folks here.
Right.
But what you're describing is educating businesses about the tax efficiencies they can gain from being in Vermont.
Correct.
And with that education, hoping they'll locate to South Burlington.
Yes. Yep. Again,
Okay, that's
opportunity to create like a value proposition sheet, and these are all the benefits of doing business in South Burlington.
Okay. So, and then I have a second question. You may know, and you touched on this a little bit, that we have a climate action plan with fairly ambitious targets for greenhouse gas reductions, emission reductions. I'm wondering if you have a view on, and we may consider in the future regulations on commercial enterprises that require certain emission reductions, like maybe require heat pumps, or we've required solar on commercial buildings and things like that. I wonder if you have a view on that intersection, regulations on the one hand that may cost businesses money versus meeting our climate action targets.
Well, I think there's going to have to be first of all, especially from a resident's perspective, I would like to know what the plan is and what the transition and what the migration plan is going to be in order to reach those goals. So that's what I would want to bring to the table for both residents and for businesses, commercial. So here are the goals. This is what we need to do, but what's the plan to get there? And what is that going to involve?
Yeah, I guess that's what we're all in the throes of trying to develop.
Yeah, I mean, I live in a condo association, so I'm not educated on, what can I do, for example, regarding heat pumps, what's possible, what's not possible. So I love what's the plan, because I think that is applicable in so many instances.
Sure, and I guess my hope would be that, the Economic Development Committee, as well as all the other city committees and the council, would all be helping develop that plan, right, to further that plan. And I take it that's something that is that something that you would see yourself being involved in?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's a collaborative effort, and then, then you need to get public buy-in, right? And on what the challenge is. I'm a marketing guy, so what is the challenge slash solution? What is the challenge slash opportunity? What is the solution? What are the benefits to that solution? And then where are we today? Where do we want to be? And then how do we get there?
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions for us?
I do. So I realize that the airport, the Patrick Leahy Burlington International Airport, reports to the city of Burlington. And given all of the economic development opportunity in and around the airport, is there any synergy or collaboration between the South Burlington City Council, the committees, and the city of Burlington regarding all of the development that's happening around the airport?
So there's an airport commission and we have a seat on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, and that is taken right now. So, and you know that it meets once a month, 5 to 7 p.m.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I think that's all the questions we have for you. But thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much. Thank you.
And we'll be in touch. Next applicant, Rebecca Killian. Hey, Rebecca's online. There you
I
go.
am. Hi.
Hi there.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry. I couldn't
We can see
join
you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you too. Yes. How are you?
Great. Yes. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't join you in person this evening, but I really appreciate your time.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your background and why you're in South Burlington and why you're interested in this position?
Yeah, I'm a lifelong Vermonter. I grew up in, I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by how dark it is here, so I'm going to face the light.
It's better.
I'm
Yeah,
a
now you have some light on your face. That's better. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not just a shadow looking at you. I'm sorry about that. I grew up in Montpelier, and I've been here my whole life. I went to UVM, and then after UVM, I graduated and stayed in the Chittenden County area and eventually settled in South Burlington about 5 years ago with my partner and have really enjoyed my time here. I'm super interested in figuring out ways where I can get more involved with the community, and I saw the committee positions pop up, and specifically the Economic Development Committee felt like a good match for my skills. I spent the past 3 years working for Vermont's Women's Business Center, so specifically in the entrepreneurial space, providing technical assistance and connecting small businesses here in Vermont to resources in the state for them to start and grow their businesses. So I've seen firsthand how access to entrepreneurial education and investment in education around that can really lead to economic freedom and empowerment for folks here in Vermont. Specifically, I work mostly with women, but just, watching people start and grow their businesses here in the state has showed me how important that is to Vermont's economy. We did a lot of research and impact reporting there and found out through that work that businesses that are local and small here tend to keep their dollars more local and invest in other businesses and work with them more often than if we're trying to invest in some of those larger businesses. So specifically really interested in learning how maybe that experience could align with the committee and with South Burlington and have a lot of really great connections in that space.
Thank you. Would this be the first time you've applied for a committee?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the time commitment? It's once a month from 5 to 7 p.m.?
I am, yes.
Okay. I'm going to switch things around and go in opposite direction this time for once. Okay. And I'm going to start with Elizabeth if she has some questions.
I'm curious, in your work, Rebecca, what are some of the women's businesses that you've supported?
Yeah, a lot of them. So specifically in South Burlington, I can't actually name them just due to confidentiality with those folks, but I can talk about the industries a little bit. So specifically here in South Burlington, I've worked with somebody who has started a jewelry business and started out fairly small and now runs a very large operation and is extremely successful. And started, online mainly with Etsy, but now is traveling across the state in New England and selling in multiple retail stores throughout the state and creating sort of that just lasting economic impact for the whole chain through the state and the whole region, really, New England. Also worked with a lot of food and beverage companies here in South Burlington and, helped folks really start from nothing, build their business plans, and provide that technical assistance to help them prepare to ask for, capital and seek out commercial lending options, which is a huge part of that process, and in an area where I could see some areas of opportunity. So really just worked across every industry and have worked from businesses as small as, one person just working out of their home to employing up to 50 employees and doing a lot of business.
Hey, Andrew, do you have any questions?
Yes. Yes, 1 second.
Oops, we lost his video. Here it is.
No, I'm here. Thanks, Tim. Yeah. Yes. Thanks, Rebecca. So, so you clearly have deep experience in promoting small businesses and jobs. I'm wondering how you bring that experience particularly to bear, on the policy setting and the things that the Economic Development Committee are going to recommend to the city council to do in the city to attract businesses, attract small businesses. Like how do you apply those skills to this position? I guess, how do you see that happening?
Yeah, that's a great question. And something I'd love to just, explore more throughout just this engagement, if that seemed like it was a good fit. But, off the top of my head, in some areas of opportunity and, areas of success that I've seen in other parts of the state that have, that I've worked with, is specifically, I think here in South Burlington, something that I see that's missing and maybe is starting to emerge. I went to a few events last year at the Library for Women in Business, and those were very successful. But I think, thinking about how we can create maybe a more concerted effort for our business community here in Vermont, I think about places like Brattleboro or Montpelier or even Burlington. And while those areas do have, a more concentrated downtown, I do think there's an area here in South Burlington to think about how we can engage better with our small business community through maybe something akin to, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance or Montpelier Alive or things like that. And so that's where my head goes initially. And how can we create a system and a policy that better aligns our businesses and gives them a voice, at the policy level here in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, do you have any questions?
I do. Rebecca, thank you so much for applying. We just great applicants this evening. It's wonderful. Could you maybe share with me? I'm trying to be consistent in the questions that I'm asking every applicant. What is the primary goal of the Economic Development Committee is to create this economic development strategy. This has been the objective for the last 6 years. What do you see that as a tool, as an instrument? With this development strategy, how is it used as a tool by the city across all its various areas of focus, as you see it?
Yeah, another great question. I think that strategy that is being created for the city really is an opportunity to create some alignment across those different areas. All of these things don't exist in a vacuum. They're not siloed. They all intersect with each other. And so, thinking about that strategic development plan, how do all of those interacting and overlapping components that have their own needs and their own pulls in different directions, how can we find a way to make them work together and talk to each other? And, through that strategy, I think there's a real area of opportunity to, instead of just create policies in one area, to think about how these policies could potentially affect or impact other areas. And so the strategic development or the strategic plan that's being worked on and will hopefully provide a lens with, some of that work already fleshed out, so that when we're considering policies or considering, creating new programs or X, Y, or Z, that strategic plan will sort of already have thought through some of those more, I can't come up with the word, but those deeper details and that impact conversation about how this is going to affect all of these different areas that don't exist in silos, but we often talk about in those silos.
Thank you.
Lori?
Just quickly, I'll ask, do you have a particular passion or interest or focus that you want to bring to the economic development and committee and something that you're hoping to champion as a member?
Yeah, I think obviously, my work and what I've been doing in my professional life has led me to have a real passion for small business and supporting small business. And so I think one of the programs that I worked on and that I'm most proud of was a partnership between the Women's Business Center and Vermont's Reach Up program. And so it was providing business education to the women who are going through that program and participating in that program. And while that's at a state level and a little bit more fleshed out than maybe what could happen at a more local level, I think kind of thinking through what partnerships and how we can look at these sort of partnerships that wouldn't be so obvious and how those can bring new business and small business into the city to create economic freedom and a stronger sort of economy here in the city for everybody.
Great, thank you. Great answer.
Becky, you prefer to be called Becky?
Yeah, Rebecca or Becky is totally fine.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't have any questions specific, to what we've talked about tonight, but similar to what somebody asked earlier about the Planning Commission, I'd love to know what the time commitment looks like outside of the meetings for the Economic Development Committee. Is it what that looks like? Is there one?
Did I hear what the time commitment was outside the meeting? Oh, yeah. So it's not as heavy as other committees. There isn't a lot of preparation, like a large packet to go through before the meeting. But as the economic development growth plan develops, right, there could be a little bit of extra work on top of that. So does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I'll say one other thing about that, which is depending on how engaged you are, you can have as much extracurricular work as you want.
That's true.
There's
no charge.
There's no limit to how much time you can put in. So.
That's great.
Becky, thanks for applying. Appreciate it very much. We'll be in touch, okay?
Thank you.
We're going to do another interview with Betty Barnes, and then we're going to try and have a quick break, I think, and maybe probably reassess the agenda because we're behind by quite a bit. So is Betty online? Hi, Betty.
Hi.
You are applying for the Public Art Committee.
Yes, I am.
And you work for PCC.
I do.
I know a little bit about PCC. There are 3 positions open right now that they keep advertising for.
There are. We're happy to accept.
One of them is a CEO, right? Or
there is the CFO.
Have you applied to be CEO yet?
I have not applied to be CFO. No.
Okay. You want to tell
I'm
us?
very happy.
Go.
I have at PCC.
I'm already impressed because I see a sewing machine behind you.
Yes. Not able to blur my background on Teams, so you get to see my studio space in the fall.
Go ahead. Tell us about yourself.
So I have lived in Vermont since 2005. I just moved up to South Burlington 3 years ago to start working for PCC in Winooski, and I live on Joy Drive. I also volunteer with the Chittenden Asylum Seekers Assistance Network with their April Arts for Asylum Seekers fundraising team. So all this month we've been doing a fundraiser for Casson, getting local artists to share virtually their talents and their work to sponsors for a contribution to Casson, who helps with folks who are in the asylum process in Vermont. I also create my own works of art, and then I do some writing. So that's my artistic.
It's a really great resume. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you had a chance to talk to anybody on the committee or maybe remotely attend any of the meetings yet?
I have not, and I have not attended a meeting. I have often enjoyed the gallery space over at the City Hall and the library. So I do get over there to see the gallery shows regularly, but I haven't actually attended a meeting.
Okay. And they meet, I think it's once a month, right? Yeah.
Right, the third Tuesday of every month.
From about 6 p.m. till 7:30, something like that, yeah. I'm the liaison for that committee, so I go to it fairly often. And they have some projects in the works. Have you heard about the project that's going into J.C. Park? Have you had a chance to?
I have not heard about that project.
Well, then, yeah, it's a pretty cool piece of art that's been developed that has to be installed there. It's colorful and translucent, and I think there's something on the city website about it, right? Yeah. Do the councilors have any questions for Betty? Mike has a question.
Hi, Betty. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for applying. Public art it can really be transformational, and appreciated your comments about your views on the public art that you saw displayed here at City Hall. But not everyone always sees the benefit of public art. There's always a cost every time. There's always a cost question. So obviously, you clearly have a passion for this. How would you sell the virtues of public art, and why all elements of the community should see this as something that adds to our collective life?
Sure. So I think public art plays a vital role in shaping the cultural identity of a place and also helping connect communities and helping communities grow. So I think when you find a balance between the art that actually represents the people in the community, it really has a way of enhancing the community that you live in, and making you feel tied to that community. So I've heard a lot tonight about housing and economic development, and I think that art certainly plays a role in that shaping of the community, but in the same ways that economic development sorry, it's late. The economic development and planning shape the community. Art can also be a force in creating that community space and creating belonging among community members.
Great, thank you.
Lori? Andrew, any questions? Where did he go? There he is.
I'm here. No, Tim. Thanks.
No
Thank you.
questions. And you already asked a question.
I don't have a question.
You have a question? Okay. Betty, thank you so much for your application. I really appreciate your background, your an analytical background, and as well as your creative sides, right? So we're probably going to make a decision tonight, and we will be in touch.
All right.
Do you have any questions for us?
What is the term for the position? Is it a 3-year position?
Yes.
That's a yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. So now it's 8:36. We're going to take a Oh, Mr. Doyle? I don't have an application for you on the table.
I can answer any question very easily.
But I don't have a formal application that says what you're applying for. Planning Commission. Can we wait until the summertime when we go through another round of applications? Because you should have had this submitted to the city manager's office prior to today.
Like I said, the posting about the due dates wasn't consistent.
Well, the thing is that all these people somehow found out about it, and yours isn't in here. So,
Fantastic.
so
I have submitted these in the past.
okay. I don't have it in front of me. If it's not in front of me, I don't want to interview you until another day when you have an application in front of me that meets the deadline. Is that okay?
That's not okay with me, but you set the rules.
Okay. We're going to take a break now for 5 minutes. Thank you. We'll be back.
Do you want me to do an overview of where we're going to go now?
No, yeah, well, I think I've interpreted it, so okay. Oh, is he just leaving? Okay. We can start without him. We don't need him. All right, so we're going to call back into session the City Council meeting for April 15th, 2024. Because we are behind in our agenda tonight, we're thinking of moving a couple items around a little bit. Item number 10 is consider the naming of Overlook Park, and I'd like to move that up to next, right? So I think we'll jump down to item number 10 now. And Adam Math from Rec and Parks is going to be here to talk about the naming of Overlook Park.
So can I just a few sentences of table setting here? So we are not asking for any action on this tonight. This is a conversation we started with the prior council. There are members of the Underwood family here in the audience that you may want to hear from, and Adam will do a really high-level overview of the history.
Yep, so I just wanted to kind of go over today a little bit of the background and then also some history, which the Underwood and Weaver family has provided us both on that location and their family history there. So to go back in December, right after I started up here, Jesse as well, and I met with Patricia Weaver and family regarding the Hubbard Park location. And then through that, we began to look at the naming of Hubbard Park and the situation that arose from that. So through that conversation with the Underwood family, they also had the Overlook Park property as well within their family. So that conversation led to looking at changing the naming of Overlook Park to honor the Underwood family. Today, I just wanted to kind of go through a little bit of their history there, as well as I do have some photos from their farm that was on the Overlook Park, which I'll share with you guys here today. But the Underwood history on the land at Overlook Park, it goes back to 1921. The Noland family purchased the 260-acre farm known as Lakeview Farm, which occupies where Overlook Park is today. In 1955, Marie Noland married Richard Underwood, who built their first home just off of Overlook Park, where they lived until 1998 and 2009, respectively. Not only is that location within their family history, but the Underwoods also have a lot of history within the city of South Burlington as well. Richard Underwood began his career within the city as a lister and then a city assessor, where he remained for 29 years as a public servant. Continuing on with the history of that location, their family barn, which I have some photos here for you, which I'll just share with you guys. So Patricia met with me in possibly, I think it was the January timeframe, and shared those photographs, which actually show Overlook location and where their family barn was located on them. So there's a handful of different photos there. But unfortunately, the barn itself burned down in 1977, which is following that, the family entered into an agreement to sell what is now Overlook Park to the city of South Burlington. And that process carried on. The family continued to sell parcels in that 260-acre farm location, which is now Pinnacle, Four Sisters, Nolan Farm Drive, and Overlook Drive. And due to this history, as well as the Underwood family history within the city of South Burlington, I would recommend that we look to review and consider changing the name of Overlook Park to honor the Underwood family and Richard Underwood.
Thank you. It's amazing how ignorant I am of long-term history of the city, right? And sequences of ownership and the original big farms. I mean, my wife's family, Mackenzie's, owned. Her mother owned most of the land around the Blue Mall, right? And her father, the O'Briens, owned the farm down at the corner of Dorset and Barstow. But there's a lot of other land I don't know a lot about, which is it's really fascinating to see this and those pictures. Just a quick story. I used to live in the Eastwoods neighborhood, right? And back probably 10, 15 years ago, I bumped into a guy, a much older gentleman who was probably in his mid-70s, and he was talking to me that he and his family moved to, I think it's like Proctor Avenue back in the 50s because they wanted to move out to the country from Burlington. They didn't like being in town, and I was like going, the country. He goes, well, that's what this was back then, right? So it's really, these are great photos, and yeah. So you don't need action from us tonight, but did the Underwoods want to come talk to us? Please come down. Thanks for sticking. So it's not that late yet, but it will be.
I'll be quick. You want me to sit here?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And Adam's done a very good job. I just kind of want to tell it from the family perspective.
Sure, please. Yeah.
Like I said, I will keep my comments brief. Most of you don't know
Can
me.
you tell us your name?
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Patricia Weaver. Most of you don't know me, the Underwood name, or why I chose to tell our story. My name is Patricia Weaver, and I am the daughter of Richard and Marie Underwood. My family roots on Spear Street go back to the 1920s when my grandfather, John Nolan, purchased 260 acres and for the next 40 years ran a successful farming operation. Our family, including my mother, her sister, my 3 siblings, myself, and my cousins, were all born and raised on Spear Street, growing up in the homes that were part of the farm. Some of you in attendance tonight may live in homes that were built on the farm. My father, Richard Underwood, became part of the Nolan farm in the 1950s after coming to Vermont to attend St. Michael's College, meeting and marrying my mother. He worked on the farm for 15 years before taking a job with South Burlington, and soon after was named city assessor, where he remained a dedicated public servant for 29 years until his passing in 1998. After my mother died in 2009, the family home on Spear Street and the last remaining 60 acres of the farm that my family refers to as the Knoll were left to me and my siblings. As I mentioned in the other paper article covering our story, the family's intent was to develop the parcel. When we realized that wasn't going to be feasible because of environmental and zoning restrictions, we approached the city with the offer to sell. The sale of the land closed in March 2013, including a 0% mortgage we agreed to hold for the city to help finance the purchase. Our only request was that the parcel and the future park be named in honor of my father for his many years of dedication and hard work with the city and on the farm. Following the sale, I continued to communicate with various city staff requesting a timeline regarding the official naming of Underwood Park. When I learned in 2022 from a third party that the city had taken a different direction in naming the land, and without any communication with the family, it felt disrespectful. Hence, why I'm standing in front of you tonight telling our story. The family's preference is that the city honor our original agreement by renaming the Knoll, but that seems unlikely. Our second choice is to rename Overlook Park to include the Underwood name. Overlook is a 3-acre parcel that was part of the original farm where the barn stood for over 70 years and would be an appropriate site where the family name be recognized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that.
I have a question for you. And I appreciate you coming in front of us and talking about this. And I heard you say that your preference would be to have the Knoll property named for your dad. The naming of Overlook Park, does that meet your goal? Honestly.
Mary? I mean, I worked for, the city of South Burlington for Tom Hubbard. I know Tom Hubbard. He was a pallbearer at my father's funeral. Were we disappointed and felt disrespected when it happened? And I know nobody here was, I believe, as part of that. So I understand that. But the original was, we asked for the Knoll, what we called the Knoll. So that was our first request. But I'm going to ask for what I think I can get, and not end up with nothing honoring my father. So I think that is where we stand. Mary, do you feel differently? My other sibling is here. I have 2 other siblings, but they're not here tonight.
I understand, and I was asking that question because it's important to me that you feel whole when we're done with the process. And if this really does that, that's fabulous. And if it doesn't, I think it's important that we work on that. I just want to put that out as
Okay.
my
And I know
personal
this
opinion.
isn't getting, I know you are going to discuss this, so I know that that is, but we would be open to either.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank
Andrew,
you.
do you have any comments?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for coming. And when I read the article in the other paper, I too was I had similar feelings that you've expressed. It seemed like something that was unfortunate. And I'm probably one of those homes that lived on the 208 that now exists on the 260 acre farm. So certainly appreciated area. It's a beautiful area. I would personally love to learn more about the history of the area. I know when I walk in the woods behind my house, there's a lot of barbed wire, and if you know, I'd love to know like what the operations were there, what went on. And at some point, it's just fascinating to me the things you discover in the woods and wonder what the history is.
Yep. Well, you can, I know you can't see these pictures, but you'll probably find these pictures very interesting because there was nothing there but the farm. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Elizabeth, did you have any comments?
I don't have a specific question on this matter, but when it came before us, I did ask the question whether or not we have a policy on naming. And I think it may be important for the council to consider when we're looking at buildings and parks and other areas that we consider entertaining a policy around naming. And then the second part of the question is, do we have a repository of all of the names that we have currently given our parks and other areas, and an understanding of the history there?
It's an excellent question.
I would share Elizabeth's views and actually Lori's. I think if we did have a policy, again, I was not here for the history of the past, and I'm not blaming everyone, but I think we're all sort of touched by the situation, and there's some sort of logic to your initial request. So perhaps creating a policy is a benefit that will come out of that will maybe not push you fully whole unless there is a way to go in the direction that Lori signaled, but it will create sort of a more predictable pathway for the future. So thank you in that case for also bringing this to our attention.
Okay.
But I support having this resolution on a future agenda.
Okay.
Very near future agenda, okay?
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming. Thanks for staying. Thanks for the park. Sure. So now we want to go back to the orientation.
Yeah, let's go back
Okay.
to 8 and start with library.
We're going to go back to 8.
Am I clicking for you? Come on up. Go. Am I clicking for you or are you?
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, well, I need it.
Unless you want to give me a clicker.
So this is the orientation of community services, recreation, parks, and library with Adam Math, Jennifer Murray, and
Stacy Pate. I am the chair of the Library Board of Trustees.
Sorry, I wasn't prepared.
it's coming.
So good evening. I'm Jennifer Murray. I'm the library director, and I look forward to sharing some information about the library with you all. And I'm here with Stacy, who is the chair of the Board of Trustees tonight. That's the start. So the library itself, is the building is new. The institution is quite old. And you can see on your on the sheet what our mission and values are. The mission is was developed with the staff and the trustees, and we will be, I think that and the strategic plan have been developed internally because we were doing a lot of asking things of the public at the time that was being designed. So we decided to just use internal resources for that. But the next time around, we'll be including the public. And I wanted to mention, excuse me, that if you're interested, on the library's website under the Board of Trustees, there's also a strategic plan for the library, which is developed in the same way. This is the library staffing chart. You can see at the top that there I am between two strong people and organizations. By statute, the Board of Trustees is a governing body. So I'm accountable to the Board of Trustees, and I'm also accountable to the city manager. So we have 22 people when we are fully staffed. So there's a lot of people running the library because the library is very busy. This slide shows some successes from 2023. And I want to add that one thing that's missing are our online resources. So that's something else for you to know about, that through the webpage, you can get to consumer reports, ebooks and e-audiobooks, Mango languages, Canopy for watching movies, and informational databases. And then while this says FY23, this is actually a month in review for 2024. Again, just some bits of information for you to understand the numbers of people that we are seeing and helping in the building, number of programs and attendees. The figures here suggest that that FY24 will be another year of growth for the library. And I think that's really important because certainly through the years you hear people saying, well, we don't really need libraries, we don't really need books, it's all going to go online. And that's not what we're finding. And I don't think it's what's happening across the country. In part, it's because we not only are doing books and movies and that kind of thing, but also because we are a hub of the community. So we're a welcoming place for people to come and to be and to study and to talk and to have quiet time and to learn. And so it's a bigger picture than it was when I was going to libraries after school every day when I was a kid. And then the next slide is about emerging issues, and they're a little small, I'm seeing now. So the first one has to do with the number of people in South Burlington, and that even just within walking distance here, when all these buildings are complete, they're expecting 1,000 more people to be within walking distance. So that's 1,000 more library cards and services to that many more people. So that's something that is an emerging issue because we're going to be needing to serve them, whether that means we need to have more staff in order to have more services simultaneously and or more hours, but that's an issue for us that we're aware of. The next one is about being that welcoming organization that we say that we want to be in our strategic plan, and that's ongoing. It's a learning process for us, and we also try to share it with other city departments, kind of what our experience is and how to make that diversity and inclusion and equity a part of our everyday in the library. Then we have this beautiful room, which they've got it down to a science, how to do your meeting. But when we have people coming in from the outside who want to use this for song and dance, we find that we don't have the expertise internally that we would need. So that's going to be an ongoing issue that we're going to try to resolve in a creative way. Collections. So collections are going to be changing. You might remember VHS tapes. So we don't carry those anymore. I know, but we do still carry DVDs and books on CD, and that's over the next years. We will have to be looking at that and see, are we going to keep doing that?
Don't do it. That is the best DVD collection I've ever seen in my life.
Well, the person who selects for that will be so happy to hear that.
But where is the DVD player anymore?
We have one you can check out in our library of things. So you can still watch them. But that's an ongoing issue for the profession. But as I said earlier, that paper books are still popular. There is still a growing interest in people reading, particularly if they're reading for entertainment. If they're doing a research paper, they tend to go to the computer first, and that's where we have some of those informational databases so that people have a place to go that is trustworthy for information. But for young people, older people, everyone in the middle, seems to be moving more towards, we really prefer books for our entertainment and fiction. And then finally, the library in its welcoming mode, it means that we are aware that in Vermont, as in the country, that there are people who are having all kinds of things going on in their lives that we don't know anything about until they come into the library and either need our help or just need a place to be and would rather not have our help. And that's also something that across the board in libraries is an emerging issue for sure. Some of you have met the social work intern that we had this year, whose time is coming to a close. And that was a great experiment, and we hope to do it again next year. We will be keeping an eye on Fletcher Free because starting around now, they have a part-time social worker from the Howard Center that's going to be embedded at the library, and we'll see how that works for them. We might not be there yet, but we're trying to keep our eyes open for how are we going to best help everyone that comes to the library that wants to be there. And then the last slide is just a picture of us. And we hope that you use the library, that you come in often. You can find me on the second floor, and I'm also happy to answer questions tonight.
That's a great picture.
I had a quick question. Are you currently able to handle the at-need residents that come into the library needing services that aren't typical library services? Or is that growing beyond your capacity at this point? Whether it's the homelessness or
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're asking. I'm just trying to think about what the answer is. I think that we are doing a good job at maintaining safe spaces for people while also creating boundaries where we need to. And it has an emotional toll on staff because it's not part of what we were trained to do. It's not part of what we thought we were getting into when we entered the field. But we do as much training as we can find or think of to help everybody get to a place of, recently we had a training that kind of helped us to distinguish between when something feels uncomfortable, and just because you feel uncomfortable doesn't mean you're not safe. So that kind of work is what we're doing so that we can, so that staff can be okay and that the public can be okay while they're in the building. I don't think we are at capacity with that. but there are some people that would, I'm sure, feel differently from me.
I hope that as the need grows, you ask for help before you need it.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Anything else?
Any questions?
Just a quick one, Jennifer. You mentioned as city center populations growing, the hours would need to change. I understand all your the services and the staff and the competencies. I didn't understand why hours might need to change.
I don't know for sure that hours are going to need to change, but what I've seen happen in other places that I've worked is that if the public gets to a place where they are saying, wait a second, my old library, we were open until midnight and, you know, we need you to be open till midnight, that there can be kind of a surge of interest in having that study space available for longer, or the ability to go in and get your books after your shift that ends later than 7 p.m. So it's more a matter of being aware that that might be an issue. I would think that, so we used to be open later when I first got here and we were in the high school, and nobody came. So we backed off on that. I think that our first need is going to be the having enough people to have simultaneous things going on at once, but we have to be aware of what might be happening.
Thanks.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
The other thing that I wanted to add is the housing that's right next to the library is now UVM and medical center. So there's going to be postdocs and graduate students and medical students, nursing students that may enjoy the library later in the evening. And it's a lot closer here than heading in onto campus. So that could be another reason for later hours.
But if I could follow up, because I was going to follow up on the question just from personal experience. When I was a graduate student, I had the same thing. I lived closer to the public library than to getting back on campus, so it was just easier to go home, have dinner, and then go library, or even during the day, because classes or whatever. Is that going to be a challenge? Because I was at the library today. I checked out a book today. Yeah, I've used, I think, every service that you have there. The interlibrary loans, it's all fantastic. But I remember when I came here today, I couldn't find a parking space. It was already packed. It was the middle of the day. It was packed. So assumably, those people have parking on the back, but there'll be just more people. And so the library will increasingly become full for people who, I assume, what I did, which is quite understandable, study because I want a quiet place. Given the numbers that's going to come on board, which is up to 500-600, do you envision that as a challenge, and how would we manage that challenge? Is the solution switching the hours, or is that what you're sort of intimating?
There are a lot of different branches to what might happen. One of the things that at certain times of day or times of week that we already know is that people might want a study room or a meeting room, and it's already busy. And so our rules, when we started, we tried to make it as user-friendly as possible. And so some of those policies might have to change to be a little less easygoing if we are trying to fit as many people as we can in a day. So study rooms right now, we ask people to stay for no more than 3 hours. We might change that to 2 hours and then have a wider array of people having a chance to use it. So there's that kind of internal thing. And certainly if we're open for more hours, it means that we have that many more spaces for someone to use if it's at the right time of day or night for someone to want to use it. I think we're just going to have to get used to being bigger. One of the things that to busier, not bigger. We are as big as we're going to be, busier. But one of the things that I hoped for and have been very happy to see is that people share. They already share. So we have the community room and the digital lab, and if nobody has reserved them for a group meeting, then it's open for individuals or groups to study. And most of the time, you'll see at least 4 different groups or pairs or singles in those rooms doing their own thing in a corner, and somebody might even be talking on the phone, and still these other people are still in there doing their own thing. So it might just be that those rooms get a little fuller when these things happen.
And as you're talking about parking, I think that's something that was brought up when the building was being built. And this is supposed to be a very nice walkable, bikeable, busable building. And right now, we're still working on accessibility because the drop off for the city bus is actually in front of Barnes and Noble. So people with access issues may be driving their cars because it's harder to get the steps to here at the library. And I know that's something that has been an ongoing conversation, and hopefully we'll continue with that because the more we can convince people to find alternate ways to get here, the less need of parking that we'll have.
How many movies can I watch on Canopy per month?
So the canopy service has changed a little bit. So you have, I think, 3 different categories that are topical, and you can watch as many as you want of those.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have a point system now that you can watch the ones that are not within those categories. So I cannot answer that question in a clear fashion. I'm sorry. But we are I think FY24's budget has a little more money in it for Canopy because we have to step into that.
Because, we don't have enough streaming services, so one more is really great.
Well,
and,
it's
I know
really
it's
good
Friday,
for
'cause
people who can't afford the streaming services, right? That's the key. We're supposed to be about accessibility. So.
I know it's Friday because I get an email from Canopy on Friday. I go, oh, what have they got? Oh, look at these great movies. And I never get to it, So, but anyway, it's good service.
Yeah.
So. Well, great. Well, thank you for coming.
Tim,
Andrew,
just one.
make it quick.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Jennifer, do you have a sense of the portion of the library visitors / users that are South Burlington residents versus in the wider region?
I do. I'm sure I do. I think non-residents. So, in this year, FY24 so far, 84% are South Burlington residents. 11% are home card residents. So those are the libraries in Chittenden County that we have a relationship with where they can come and bring their card from their library to us. And then under 6% are non-residents who are paying a fee.
And maybe a follow-up, when we allocate, as you were saying, the community room and other rooms, is there a preference for South Burlington residents, or can kind of anyone book those rooms?
So we did not choose when we first opened to make that distinction, but that is certainly something that might come about in the future when we're trying to accommodate more and more people.
Okay, thanks.
And a very quick note that we had several people from out of town at Illuminate who stopped by to see us, including a lovely woman from Brazil. So far-reaching, and it was fantastic. So stop by and see. We'll have a showcase of people that came to Illuminate to talk about why they love their libraries.
And you had some great music on the first floor too. Yeah, during the Illuminate. Yeah. Well,
Can I add one more thing?
Sure,
Sorry.
please.
So part of these orientations is to give you all a kind of foundation of what our operations are. So as things come to you in the future, you have some familiarity. So one of the things that Stacy and Jennifer and I have been talking about for a couple of months is that, you know, you saw in the org chart, Jennifer is kind of squeezed by city administration and the trustees. I think it's in a loving way. I think
It is.
Stacy and I are really embracing
Totally
her.
loving. It's totally loving. I agree.
But I think we have a really strong. Library trustees do have some statutory authority that's independent of council, and we have a really strong history established right now of mutually supporting one another through a memorandum of understanding. That MOU needs to be updated. So that is something that you are likely to see in the next year, and I think we have a lot of good foundation built about how we do that in collaboration. But that's an emerging issue you are likely to see in the next year.
Just
Thanks
as
for
a
adding that.
quick follow-up or clarification of that, are there, what are these authorities of the trustee over what I'd always assumed was the city's public library? Just understanding, and are there, in that matter, any other organizations or entities within our city public administration that also have some external reporting requirements or to always be conscious of?
Do you want to answer the library trustee authority?
So I would refer you to the library webpage, again, under About Us, Trustees, and that's where the current MOU exists, and that will outline but that is definitely out of date, and so I'm glad that this conversation is going to be happening. There's also something before the legislature now that clarifies some of that as well.
So I think in high level bite size, the library trustees set the policy of the library. So how it operates, how they select books, how they keep books on the shelf, how they treat folks who come in and out of the library, policy of the operations of the library sit with the trustees. The fiduciary of the library, while recommended by the trustees, still goes through the council process. So the employees of the library are still city employees. They're under our policy. They are their personnel policies, their payroll policies, is all administered through the city. So the MOU really speaks to that financial relationship while the policy sits with the trustees. You still have to approve the budget. You still bring it to the voters, all of that. The other example that you heard about at the last meeting is Champlain Water District. And so I'll try and remember to tease those out as they happen.
And I look forward to, in the next couple of months, finding time to say hello to each of you and talk about how we can partner together. That would be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 9, briefing on the kickoff of the Parks and Open Space Master Plans with Adam Math and Silken Kirshner.
So I think Adam and Silken are going to come down. I think Adam is going to walk through his orientation presentation very quickly, Recreation and Parks. But we're going to sort of combine 8 and 9 as it relates to Recreation and Parks, because the Parks and Open Space Master Plan, which Silken is here for, is a big effort of Recreation and Parks at the moment. But I think, Adam, if you want to start with your orientation, that would be great. Oh, I need to give you...
I think I'm SB City that jumped on.
There you go. Does that work?
Yep. Okay. Perfect. So I will jump in here and give kind of a rundown background on recreation and parks for you guys. So here is the team that we have. We're a 5-person team. I'm the director. Rebecca is our senior adult recreation specialist. So she actually started right around the time that City Hall opened up here with regards to the senior center. So she handles all of our programming that you see down the hall. Travis Ladd is our operations and event specialist, so handles a lot of our larger event planning and organizing, was very instrumental in Illuminate Vermont, as well as the SB Night Outs that you see at Veterans Park. And then we also have two recreation specialists, Brett Leonard, as well as Kate Lickety. So they oversee our youth programming. A lot of times when you think of recreation departments, you're thinking of youth basketball, youth soccer, lacrosse, baseball, etc., as well as they all play a unique role in different events, which we're doing throughout the course of the year. I threw on there our general mission statement as far as who we are. At the end of the day, we play a unique role and our thread in the fabric of the community, basically bringing all different demographics together. Whether you're living in different portions of the city or different ages, we're able to blend everyone and also play a unique role when it comes to welcoming new residents. As South Burlington continues to grow, the recreation department's going to play a very important role to make people feel like a part of the community through being a part of our events or our programming. Here's a quick rundown of the different parks that we have in South Burlington. When it comes to, I'll briefly kind of hit what is at the different locations listed in front of you here. And then you also have a map showing where within South Burlington these parks are located. So Baycrest Park has a playground as well as an open green space. City Center Park is right down the street. It has a natural playground there. Farrell Park has a dog park, a playground, a little league field, two of them, upper and lower, as well as a soccer field. JC Park is home to our softball field. It's also where youth football and youth rugby play during the fall. We also have a basketball court and a playground there. Overlook, we were just talking about, has the scenic viewpoint. Red Rocks is our beach, as well as it has walking trails located there. Samansky Park, which we discussed earlier, has tennis, pickleball, basketball, and our playgrounds. Hubbard Rec is our walking trails. Veterans Memorial is where 90% of our programming takes place. We have two Little League fields, one larger baseball field, as well as multiple soccer, lacrosse fields there. And then Wheeler Homestead and Nature Park is the walking trails, as well as our larger dog park that we have. Recreation, so we really kind of have two different arms when it comes to engaging residents within South Burlington. We have our programming, which I listed out here for you, and then we also have our events. So we cover literally all ages when it comes to our programming. So all the way down from youth, tykes, and kinder pro sports up to our senior center falls under the recreation department. So just kind of briefly highlighting a few of the different programs we do for the different ages within our senior center. We do weekly lunches through Age Well. So every Wednesday and Friday, we do lunches for seniors. We do active activities for our seniors in the senior center, as well as social activities for them. So the senior center is programmed every day from 8:30 to 4 o'clock. Adults is one area which we are actively looking to grow in when it comes to the programming side of things, expanding programming like paint nights, cornhole tournaments, our community gardens, etc. And then the youth side of things is what everyone thinks of when they think of recreation departments: basketball, lacrosse, soccer, baseball. What is unique about us is Schools Out oversees the summer camps. So we offer summer camps not for the entire summer time frame, but we offer specialized week summer camps. So during the summer, we'll have a baseball camp, an archery camp, pottery camp, robotics camp, sailing camp, etc. But we don't offer options for kids from the beginning of the summer through the end. It's all one-off week camps which we offer. Jumping to our events, there's a few of them that I'll kind of highlight and share with you, which will also kind of go back to the next slide when it comes to the barriers to participation, which some of these will kind of hit and develop on. So new events for 2024, we're rolling out a family series. So every month we've been doing a free family style event. So as our recreation department without an indoor rec facility, we become very seasonal heavy, which in the past during the October through March timeframe, there weren't a ton of events that we were doing for families. So we're trying to roll out one family event. We've done bingo, paint nights. We just did trivia the other day to engage families all year round, whether it's doing stuff here in the senior center, utilizing the schools, or also the U-Mall has given us some space to utilize there as well. Recreation on the Go is a new program for the upcoming year. We're actually going to be taking our recreation to underrepresented or geographically isolated areas in the community instead of them coming to us. So we're going to be setting up our mobile trailer and we'll be going to them and bringing our recreation games as well as doing a free community barbecue at those. So we have 6 of those lined up for the summer timeframe. The July Fitness Series is going to be free programming in our parks during the entire month of July. So every day during July from the 1st through the 31st, we're going to have a different fitness program rotating throughout our parks. So regardless of where you live, there'll be an opportunity for walkable location to get to, and there'll be no cost associated with it. So programming from yoga, Tai Chi, Pilates, full body workouts, as well as dance class. Those will be rotating in the area. And then the last one that I wanted to talk about is our Park Hop Brews. It's going to be a new program in the fall to engage a younger demographic, your young adults who aren't currently really participating in our rec programs, as well as highlighting different parks in our community. So what we're going to be doing every Thursday in September is rotating in different parks throughout South Burlington and doing a traveling beer garden and a pop-up location to hopefully engage a new demographic on that side of things.
This may be a hit with your city manager.
Some emerging issues that we have, and kind of before I jump into these, there's really 3 different barriers when it comes to participation in recreation programming and events. The first is transportation. So a lot of our programming happens at Veterans Park. It's not on the bus line, so it's difficult for families to get to. The second is cost, and then the third is also our lack of an indoor facility and becoming a seasonal recreation department. So emerging issues, obviously kind of hitting off of what Jennifer was mentioning as well. City plan goal number 48 is to expand our reach to 40% of the South Burlington population. As the South Burlington continues to grow, in order to do this, we'll need increased funding as well as staffing. We are a very small recreation department staff compared to other recreation departments in the area. Indoor programmable space, I've already hit on that, but the key to that is during the winter months, we lack scheduling control. So we do have access to the schools, but as you all know, the schools are utilized during the day as well as post-school with their extracurricular activities. So by the time we get access, it's well into the evening. So it's not realistic for young families to come out. The park master plan, which we'll touch on here, is an emerging issue in the fact that what that park master plan ends up saying, we're going to be looking for the resources provided to implement those goals and objectives. And then also making sure that we're providing to everyone. And recreation will change for what South Burlington needs as more and more families are going to multifamily housing, and they won't have their typical backyard or front yard to play in. They're going to be relying on the recreation department in a different way than we have been relied on in the past. That was really quickly my presentation.
Was that the last slide?
Yep.
So that's the last of the orientation.
Yeah.
Do you want us to go right into parks
Yeah.
and master plan?
Unless the council has any comments or questions. Okay.
So
Okay.
a few, while you guys pull up your presentation. Oh, you need access, Silken?
Do you want to? Okay, yep, can do.
Where are you on my screen?
I have to rejoin. I was trying to save some laptop batteries.
So the reason we wanted to bring you this briefing tonight is that over the last year or two, there has been a conversation at Recreation and Parks about doing a parks master plan, and then also a conversation at NRCC about doing an open space master plan and having them be separate documents. As staff was putting this together, we really saw an advantage of having those two conversations being two halves of a whole and thinking about our public spaces much more broadly. You were talking earlier about what's happening in our library as folks are using our public spaces in new and unique ways. The same could be said across all of our parks and open spaces about that. So because this is a shifted approach from how the council had previously thought about these two documents, we want to be sure that you all were fully briefed as we go into issuing an RFP for a consultant to help the community walk through these efforts. So there's no action for you all tonight other than making you champions of this effort and providing you an opportunity to ask any questions you may have about it. And Silken and Adam have put together a great, quite detailed presentation for you. So Silken's gonna fly here.
Go really fast. Hi guys, nice to meet you all. I'm Silken Kirshner. I'm the Transportation and Open Spaces Project Manager, working over in the DPW building. It's great to meet you all.
Silken, are you bright green? Is your mic
Bright green,
on?
yes.
Can you move it a little closer?
Yes, I can be louder. So why do we need a master plan at all? Master plans were explicitly requested under the recreation and environmental actions of the city plan under actions 39 and 87.
The master plan will address many of the goals which were listed out on the recreation side of things. Some of the major ones are goal 54, 57, 60, and 61. And then on the environmental goals, it's going to be 34, 35, 36, 37, and 40 from the city plan.
So in getting started, we kind of developed these key questions that are pillars for each plan to address.
I'll hit on a few of these here. I'm not going to read through all of them exactly for you, but in the end, the parks key questions are looking at the parks and identifying needs and resources for the future demographic changes, which we've been discussing consistently here tonight. A guide for redevelopment of our parks and our programming. A guide for adoption of private parks, which currently we don't have in place, as well as a guide for privately developed rec and park areas to maximize the resources and facilities they're giving us.
And under the open space side of things, we'd like to create a guide for future conservation. We want to create true linkages for habitat blocks. We want to identify how open spaces can be utilized and balance our open space with active recreation. So why combine the parks and open spaces into one master plan? We basically came up with this Venn diagram of what consists of the two plans and what is active recreation, passive recreation, and true conservation.
When it comes to the funding side of things, so within the CIP for fiscal year 25, we have $75,000 allocated through ARPA funds, as well as a placeholder in fiscal year 26 for another 75 in ARPA funds for this project.
Under this diagram, you'll see that we have defined two different kinds of open space, developed and undeveloped. Developed obviously falling under the parks and more programming side, and undeveloped being conservation areas and natural passive recreation areas.
So we are currently in step 1 of kickoff. We have established a timeline in the project process. Adam and I are the contacts. We've found our funding and we're here presenting to you guys, getting ready to get a consultant on board to move forward. We're in the process of identifying key stakeholders and participants, determining who needs to be heard and how. Several of our committees have been very helpful and engaged in this so far, the NRCC, Rec and Parks Committee, Bike and Pet Advisory Committee, as well as the Committee on Common Areas for Dogs. We really want to engage underrepresented groups like the youths and elderly, and a main point of this step 1 is understanding where we're going with these 2 master plans. Understanding the context for long-range planning is super important, obviously, if we're creating a master plan. So what do we want to accomplish, which led us to our key questions. What are the goals, objectives, metrics for success, which we lightly outline here and leave room for a consultant's interpretation as well. This is our timeline. You'll see here, we're on this 3rd dot where we're presenting. The next step is to engage a consultant to write the actual master plans. Step 2 will be listening and learning, so a lot of outreach, canvassing. Step 3, evaluation of existing spaces that we have and what we're in need of. Step 4, options and goals, and then 5 is really bringing that all together in a written master plan. Step 2 is listening and learning, so this outreach should be fun and engaging. We're trying to cast a really wide net, maximize all of that input that we're going to get, which is also another piece of why we wanted to combine parks and open spaces together. If we're trying to limit the feedback we get to a developed park or just a undeveloped passive recreation area or conservation area, it's going to be hard to limit people and say only talk about these 2 specific things. So I feel like casting this really wide net will help us get the most out of this community engagement phase. That leads us to step 3, evaluating capacity and identifying needs. We're going to start with the inventory and assessment. The NRCC has really helped us with a strong prototype of this existing conditions assessment, but we want to assess more than just quantity and type. We're going to go into usage patterns, what's working well, what do we see fully utilized, and what might the community not be fully utilizing or interested in. This is where we'll enter in with GIS mapping to enhance this existing inventory and be able to visualize it spatially. We're going to create and define spatial characteristics of parks, open spaces, and trails and see those linkages in real time, see that accessibility to parks within every neighborhood. We'll do a second iteration of site visits to really drill down on the problems and positives that we're experiencing. We'll meet with facility and program managers to get their intake, and all of this will be consolidated into a comprehensive assessment of existing conditions. And the next piece of that is we want to make sure that the plans we already have in place are working with these master plans and vice versa. So going through any existing plans, such as individual parks plans, rec programming, city plans, comprehensive plan, active transportation plan, etc. We're going to extract those common policy elements to not duplicate the work and make sure all of our guidance is on the same page. And the last piece of this step 3 will be a needs analysis and establish a baseline. This is the really important piece where we help a consultant answer the question, what does our community need in a data-driven way? This will use metrics such as acres of park per capita, facilities per capita, walkability, distance to parks and open spaces, etc. And this will create a gap analysis, specifically using that GIS mapping to spatially visualize where the most equitable access to parks is. Step 4. Exploring options and defining goals. We're going to do a recreational market assessment. So what can we achieve? What do we want to obtain? Using that gap analysis that tells us where we may be able to offer more parks or open space type programming or access. Then we can overlay that with it's map 9 from the city plan that has future land use goals in mind. So using all that together, it'll help us hone in on exact areas where maybe we hadn't thought about putting a park or open space before, but it would greatly serve X number of people, etc. So this will explore recreational trends and how they interface with the rec environment in South Burlington. We can provide case studies from recent projects. At this stage, there's going to be a phase A and B approach where parks kind of comes first, and then it'll be a rinse and repeat with open spaces in terms of coming up with those recommendations and finalizing a written plan. So instead of trying to split off into 2 directions at the same time, we will start step 4 and follow through with parks and then rinse and repeat for open spaces.
Silken, can I jump for a sec? I think this area of the plan, while it is processy and up for council discussion in the future, is where our comments from earlier tonight might fit in. You know, as we think about where we want to see active recreation that is going to fit in a neighborhood differently than other open spaces or recreation areas in the city, we can start weighing those things against each other. So if we know we want to see these kinds of active recreation amenities in the city, and we know we have this amount of public space in the city, how do we match those up in a way that is best for kind of neighborhood development and community development?
And that brings us to formalizing our recommendations. For Phase A, again, that's going to be parks first. So that's going to be exploring new park opportunities. Where can we get a new park? Where can we retrofit existing parks? Would a ball field maybe serve the community better as a playground? Those types of conversations. And important to note, this is also where we would identify opportunities for public-private sector collaboration and interplay with the community, nonprofits, and educational institutions. Formalizing recommendations for open spaces is going to be where we provide upgrades for new linkages and trails within natural corridors, evaluate current stewardship or objectives and efforts, and provide recommendations for improvements, meaning is there an invasive species management plan we could recommend for privately conserved parcels that would help that kind of land management practice, and prepare specific recommendations for each open space within the city. The end of step 4 is develop actions, priorities, and phasing, so we can start looking at where do we have the budget to immediately serve a certain area or neighborhood based on that gap analysis and market assessment, and where can we use some long-range planning and allocate funds appropriately to get to where we ultimately want to go. And step 5 will be creating the actual physical master plan and bringing it all together into a visually compelling and usable guidebook. This will use map and graphics to help tell the story. And we will work collaboratively to communicate the plan amongst all stakeholders, groups, committees, city newsletters, online, face-to-face. However we can get the message out there, we will. Obviously, no good plan is complete without coordination. With the active transportation plan, the climate action plan, and the city plan, we want to focus on those 4 pillars of climate resiliency, being inclusive, fair, and just, being people-oriented, thoughtful, and a sustainable built environment, as well as collaborative and engaged. Any questions? I flew through that, so I understand if there are questions or kind of need a second to sit with it.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
I do have one question that's going back to step 3. You talk about creating spatial characteristics of parks, open spaces, and trails, etc. And then the last slide was coordination. I hope that when this section is being done, that it'll also incorporate the bike ped trail network system,
yes,
and how it incorporates with the parks, so that
totally
they can be seen as a whole.
Yeah, of course, that would be a layer we give to the consultant as well to help with this mapping, and that would show the connectivity between different types of recreation, either the passive or the active spaces.
And the only other thing I can say is great presentation, but I think I probably only got about 10% of it at this point, and I don't know if there's an opportunity to have a little more in-depth exploration into the overall presentation. So
yeah, totally understand. I wish I could have had more time with you tonight to really dig in.
Thank you.
There's a member of the public that wants to comment. Dan, are you on? Dan Albrecht?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Dan Albrecht, resident. Just a couple comments I noticed. I don't really need responses, but I noticed the issue of being reliant on the schools. So I would encourage this study as it go forward to address in some way the potential use of buildings We did it for the police department and the interim thing. We lost the opportunity to have a community center in the Hannaford's building because of a lack of community action. So that's, we talk about indoor programming, which is many times a year. We're not going to get in this new school or new space. So try to think about creative ways like the mall or other things, or leasing space. The library was in there, of course, for a while. Secondly, as noted in the comprehensive plan, much of the future growth already occurring and also in the future growth that's coming is in the Shelburne Road corridor and the city center and Williston Road corridor. So I would encourage an emphasis on that, to creating community and keeping that in regard. Third, in relation to those same corridors and a couple blocks away from me, over Farrell Street area, we have, and then of course over by the Lowe's, now we have lots of affordable housing groups, and at least I haven't seen much dedicated outreach to that community. If you've got a car, yeah, you can get the doors, you get the Memorial Park and other parks, but as I mentioned, we have a lot of apartment dwellers that have already been around for quite a while, and their needs are not being addressed, and we're going to have more and more apartment dwellers. So I'll just keep that in mind. The only question I would have is, what's the best way if people want to get more formally involved or get on a mailing list to keep track of this effort or serve on a task force or sub-work group? So thank you.
Yeah, as far as staying involved, you're welcome to email me at skirshner@southburlington.gov. I apologize, I don't have my email written in this presentation, but I certainly can add it and maybe get this posted online somewhere.
And Dan, just don't forget that, I know where you live, and I know that Farrell Park is very accessible to you, both down, behind Vermont Gas, and also because of the bike path as well that travels up, around to back to UVM. So there is
and so the west side, as the comprehensive plan of pointing out, the whole west side of Shelburne Road is ignored. So, so in terms of newer parks, things like that. So just something to keep in mind, if that's where the growth is going, and I can see it happening right here, up and down Shelburne Road, then we need to have the community assets to serve that community. So I would love to see creative things. I've stood in the same 2 empty lots year after year next to Lowe's and Hannaford's, just sitting there year after year. And I was like, man, kids should be playing soccer. We should have a community garden there, but it's not been happening. But anyway, hopefully with new leadership in the Recreation and Parks Department, things will change. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Any other comments?
I had a question. One question, one observation. Have the ARPA funds already been allocated to the consultant to develop this master plan?
Yes.
That's a previous council action. Yep. Okay, I just want to clarify that. And then the more of an observation, when you put the 2 interlocking circles, that was a helpful way for me to sort of see the overlap. I actually see a 3rd circle, and you've alluded to it in the data you're going to collect. But it may be impactful when you choose to present it and when you collect it, but it's really housing density, and demographics, because that's really what you're intending to address with any recommendations. But I see that 3rd circle being a governor for the other 2 as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I clarify my ARPA answer quickly? So for the consultant, we've identified all the funds. We have those in place. That does not include implementing this master plan. So one of the points that they make in the slides is that the master plan is going to result in new capital projects that are not currently in the CIP. So just want to clarify 2 different fundings needed in the future.
And that leads to my question. Am I correct in understanding that the Parks and Open Space Plan, and I commend you for, strongly support looking at it together there, as you pointed out, there's so many overlapping aspects, and it's about, again, maximizing resources and trying to hit as many different sort of interest groups in our community as possible in the most equitable way, including an access. So, but am I correct to understand, and based on what you just said, Jesse, is that there would be no movements or advancements, let's say, on open space or on parks until we have this master plan as a guide that aligns the resource commitments and prioritizes them? Or is this something that goes in parallel to one-off or a decision. I'm trying to understand how, master plan sort of suggests, everything's on hold until we have a sort of integrated vision on how to pursue this. Is that correct understanding?
So, Adam, correct me here. So I would not say everything else is on hold.
Right,
I
correct.
think that this is
In tandem.
we're doing them in parallel. So we have Pennies for Paths projects that you heard about last time that are continuing on. We have field maintenance projects as part of the CIP that are continuing on, kind of ensuring that we're doing the preventative maintenance and maintaining our current public facilities.
But it's about with the exception of, I'm just trying to
We're
understand.
not building a
We're not,
new
exactly, with the
anything.
Right,
exception
there's
of
no plan
maintaining
for a
current
new park.
facilities and maximizing possibilities within those facilities. And as you said, the continuation with Pennies for Path. And there's, I understand, some additional money from the city itself besides Pennies for Path to try to flush out these networks, which hopefully will create this integration.
Exactly.
Nothing new would be taken on in terms of new parks, as Dan was suggesting, in this community or that community until this master plan is done.
The only new effort is the Village Green effort.
Okay.
And then maintaining our parks. But Adam, you're closer to the CIP, the Recreation Park CIP than I am.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the CIP over the next couple years, it's more heavily geared towards like maintenance and facility projects like that when it comes to redoing drainage at Veterans Park, implementing a new soccer field at Veterans Park. Not so much like, hey, we should be redoing this park and turning it into something else. That type of stuff I would say we should be on hold for.
And just two other questions, if you can give me the time, is in terms of one of the things you talked about is the weather. And obviously the fields are always the question. Is part of this will be the question of artificial turf at any of the fields? I was just wondering.
We just kind of spoke about this today, which
Sorry?
is why we just kind of spoke about this earlier today, which is why I smirked
There's
and
one
looked at Adam.
question. And the other one is, maybe I didn't hear Dan correctly, maybe I did, so I'll give him kudos. In terms of creative thinking, was there talk about looking at perhaps future school construction and future recreational facilities construction and some sort of fusion of so-called school funds and city funds? Is that the
I don't
creative
know about
thinking?
the funds between the two, but we are looking at neighboring municipalities and what they have for parks and habitat linkages, et cetera, where we would be looking to link with them as well, like not ending abruptly at our South Burlington boundaries, considering those folks who might live on the edge of South Burlington and be able to walk to a Shelburne or Burlington
Right.
park. So I do know that from a geospatial standpoint, we are considering looking around us as well.
And again, I heard, we welcome the comment that you shared with us, Jesse, that you had the chance of meeting the new mayor of Burlington, and she expressed a strong desire to look at economies of scales collaboration. Is there any precedent in the greater Burlington area of shared use or shared access to recreational, or is that terra incognita?
I can offer one small example of like Burlington bike paths. We are actively trying to link where their bike path intersects with some of our infrastructure and create a smooth transition. So it's not like oh, you hit the edge of Burlington, now you're on your own. There's no more bike path. So definitely looking at that continuity between the two.
So one of the things we did not highlight in the Recreation and Parks orientation, and to your point earlier, sorry, Elizabeth, I feel like I'm not looking at you. Your question earlier about other governmental other linkages. So Winooski Valley Parks District is its own separate municipality within South Burlington and the region, and they maintain quite a bit of acreage in South Burlington in open space that they control and manage. So I think that is another thing that we should work into this effort over time. That is the regional park system, if you will, that's layered on top of municipal open space and natural areas.
And those Winooski Valley parcels are included in the NRCC's draft inventory that we have to create a full picture of all types of open spaces. I know that in their inventory, we also include school parks and things like that. So it really encompasses whatever kind of open space you could feasibly walk to, not just what is owned by South Burlington or what is managed by South Burlington.
Another example is a CCRPC sponsored a study or amount of scoping work two summers ago to look at the connectivity from the bike paths that across Shelburne Road that go down to Queen City Park, because those paths are not in very good shape and they want to develop something new on Queen City Park Road. So because it's connectivity, they administered that scoping study and it came out really well. So thank you very
Bike
much.
path I'm talking about connecting
Yeah.
to.
I got one more quick
Yes.
question.
Make it quick.
I'll try to make it quick. So this has given us a really good overview of the process. What are the touch points through this process where it'll be coming back to us so that we have the opportunity to have input along the way rather than just be given a final product that we might have wanted to have input along the way? So
yeah,
how many touch points are there going to be through this process for input from the council?
I don't have an exact number on touch points, but the entire steps 2 and 3 are focused on public outreach and canvassing what we have and how that's working and making its way through our community. So I think all through those 2 phases, and 4 and 5 is really just finalizing recommendations and writing the actual master plan. So I envision steps 2 and 3 being time-wise the longest. But I don't have an exact number on instances yet because we're going to work with the consultant to play off of some like parks programming we might already have or existing committee meetings that we're able to get interest in, or visiting different areas, et cetera, all kinds of different outreach. And that's part of this process, is identifying what outreach would get us that widest cast net, if that makes sense.
And who makes the decision on the selection of the consultant?
We would be writing RFPs and sending that out and then making a joint decision on the consultant selected.
And because of the scale of this contract, it's likely it would come back to council for final approval.
That's what I was asking. Okay.
And part of we're trying to, Silken and Adam have done a great job kind of outlining a process here, and we're trying to walk that balance between dictating a process to a consultant and using the expertise a consultant will bring to this process. Yeah. And I think part of that question, as Silken just suggested, is for master plans that have been very successful, not only as community development plans, but also implementation plans in the future, not just plans that sit on the shelf. Yeah. What is that level of engagement with the council? How do we bring you in as participants and champions in a community process? And at what point do we bring you in as kind of decision makers of final policy? So we're hoping to get some feedback from them also on that touch point number.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And I have just two quick things. So Silken, when we talk about stewardship of open spaces, you mentioned, say, invasive species management, which is terrific. I'm wondering whether that would also encompass, say, reforestation. I'm thinking of the wet areas on Hubbard Natural Area, which were probably at some point bordered by cottonwoods or other trees that thrive in those wet areas. And so would stewardship kind of encompass that?
Yeah, so that would kind of depend on the ownership status of the parcel. So there are a lot of open space parcels that are owned and managed by South Burlington, and there are a lot that are privately owned or owned by organizations such as Winooski Valley Parks District, and that would kind of fall toward where their management lies and what becomes a recommendation and what becomes more than a recommendation based on what we are able to manage from a city standpoint and what we have resources for.
Sure, but I guess it would be a consideration.
Yes.
Okay. And second question for Adam, just going back to the very beginning of the council meeting today, is there any precedent in Vermont for limiting a space, say a pickleball court, to city residents, or is that something that's not done?
Not that I'm aware of as far as a precedent. I mean, that would be incredibly challenging to do.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you would do that, but there hasn't been anything that I've seen that would limit a public park to certain individuals.
Okay, thanks.
We have a public comment, but it's got to be really quick.
I was just saying on that last
Can you just have
gotta
it
come to the mic
come up
so he
and
can hear you.
identify yourself real quick and
Linda Norris is on camera too.
I was also saying, Preston, doesn't Shelburne do that with their beach a fair amount with restricting access to residents only?
They do. Yes.
Yeah, not saying we should go that path. I'm just saying that's a precedent. That annoys me a little bit, but.
Linda, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for the focus on the parks and open spaces. This is, in my mind, after living here 29 years and having kids go through the school system and every kind of sports, and I'm a park geek in every one of our parks every week. We really need to keep upgrading and maintaining the parks. We have a great system, but it needs to grow with the growth we've had in our city. And that's the outdoor space. And then there's the indoor piece of it that Adam is a great hire, and Silken too. It's wonderful that they are here to help spearhead this, because I had trouble when Tom Hubbard was the recreation director, and I'd have to get space for coaching basketball and indoor soccer and all these other recreation things, that we have not increased the footprint of the gym space that we've had. And we're the second largest city in the state, and we really need to go expand some of that. While we have the senior center, as you can see, that's already at capacity, and we're using the mall, and we're trying to do whatever we can, but we really need to focus on figuring out whether we're going to do an indoor rec center in some of all of this as a long-term thing. And also, please tactically make sure that we support Adam and his team on getting the maintenance and the upgrades for the fields and the water and the dog park at Farrell needing work, or is it that the right thing for it? But when we build and upgrade these parks like we did with Szymanski, it took us about 5 years to get that one approved and done, you guys. And Andrew, you can see too, because I see you out there playing pickleball. It is packed there now all the time. We sure could use more pickleball space, but I'm not going to complain. It's been a wonderful park, and the basketball people that are playing there now are much higher visits than they had before. Same with tennis, but pickleball has really taken that park over. So if you renovate a park and make it look good, update the Farrell parks with the baseball and whatever, we need to put that focus on it first. Really, the kids really deserve it, and I hope we can get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Barb, did you want to say something?
Just a quick comment, Tim. Linda mentioned the word that I was looking for. I was trying to listen, but I'm having to do it on my phone. And so I'm not sure if I missed it, but did anybody mention the word dog or dog park in their presentation?
Yes,
I
the
hope
common
they
area
are
for
not
dogs was
lost.
included as a prime stakeholder in this.
Thank you. Listening on my phone isn't as easy as on the computer, so I just wanted to make sure that wasn't lost. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you, Barb. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks.
We're going to move on to item number 11, which is receive the Chittenden Solid Waste District proposed FY25 budget with Sarah Reeves, the Executive Director. Good evening, Sarah and Paul. And Allison.
Good evening. And Allison.
Thanks for
and
waiting.
we also have, oh, you're very welcome. No, thank you. Appreciate the time and the slot on the agenda. We also have Jen Holliday from CSWD as well. And if Jen could be given permission to share her screen, I've been having intermittent connectivity issues. So if I flip out, Jen could jump in and take over the brief presentation. And I will be going as she's getting that permission. So my name is Sarah Reeves. I'm the Executive Director for the Chittenden Solid Waste District. CSWD is an 18-member municipality charged with managing the waste generated by residents, businesses, institutions, schools, and visitors to Chittenden County. And we do that through a variety of services.
Sarah, I need permission to share my screen, and my camera's not working, but I should be able to share my screen if they give me permission.
Sorry, I made Sarah the presenter.
Sorry about that, Jesse. Jen, you should be okay. Perfect.
Okay. Do you see it?
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
So I usually start out the presentations with a brief showing of who we are, and on this slide I focus in on the pie chart. This is where we generated our revenue in fiscal 23, and you can see there are three main buckets: user fees or tip fees. Those are the fees that our customers pay directly to us to handle the waste that they're bringing to us to manage. Solid waste management fee, that's what that acronym is there, and that is the fee that is charged to haulers when they bring trash for disposal at Coventry Landfill. And then material and product sales, so the revenue generated from the sale of compost, topsoil, local color paint, and recyclables. Next, please. And I've also been asked in the past to let everyone know how we're doing. And this is also from fiscal 23. And I focus over on that column number 3, and that shows the amount of material that was generated in Chittenden County that was sent directly to the landfill for disposal. And of that, just about 120,000 tons, just about half of that actually could have been further diverted into either recycling or compost or special materials like batteries and electronics, or into construction demolition debris. So that's where we focus a lot of our attention, is on making sure that material that's being disposed that could be diverted is diverted, and also not generating that material in the first place where at all possible. Next please. So for our fiscal 25 budget, beginning in July 1, we're expecting or budgeting revenue just under $16 million. And again, you see those three buckets. We're looking at, again, the bulk of our revenue coming from those user fees, then a smaller wedge from solid waste management. And that sale of materials wedge tends to fluctuate up and down because that is mainly made up of revenue from the materials recycling facility. Next, please. Similarly, our pie chart of expenses, this is new this year. I want where the bulk of our expenses go, and it should not be a surprise to anyone in the council that a large chunk of our expenses are dedicated to payroll, wages, and benefits, but also a very large chunk is dedicated to materials management, and that is specifically the money that we pay to others to move our materials either to disposal, to the market. So to really paying money to haulers to do that work for us, but also a big chunk of that expense is the contract that we have with Casella to operate our materials recycling facility. Next, please. So on this bottom line, this year is different from any other budget that I brought to you, my 8 years of being with CSWD, in that we are budgeting a shortfall. And in a moment, I'll show you how we're going to address that. Next, please. And there are a couple of items here on this fiscal 24 to 25 comparison. You'll see that our revenue expectation is very low. It's just about flat year over year. And you'll see a very large percentage-wise increase on that equipment and fleet number. Fully half of that number is going to be dedicated to the existing materials recycling facility, because she's an old gal and she is aging out and she's at the end of her life, and it's needing a lot of upkeep just to keep it going. Next. So to manage that shortfall, we would, again, if everything in the budget goes exactly to the penny as we are planning, we would draw that down from essentially from the undesignated reserve, which is basically our rainy day fund. However, in each budget, we always conservatively under budget and over budget certain items. So we are tend to under budget the revenue from the materials recycling facility. And in fact, our finance committee, which Paul Stabler is the chair of this year, the committee felt that we were too conservative. So they asked us to revise our estimations upward slightly, which we did, but it still is fairly conservative. We're over budgeting, as we tend to do on things like wages and benefits. We are asking for 4 to 5 additional positions in this year's budget. And whenever we budget for new positions, we always budget at a full family pay benefit, for example, and because we don't know who we're hiring and we don't know their situation. So that is something that we always end up coming in under our budgeted expense, but we have to budget this way. And one of the areas that we would like to actually fully expend which we don't, is on the community cleanup fee fund. So we want to be able to utilize that. One of the big changes here this year is an increase to the solid waste management fee. And this is the fee, again, that is charged to haulers either at the transfer station in Williston or if they direct haul up to Coventry for trash in the landfill. It is currently $27 a ton. We are budgeting $30 a ton in this next budget. And it's the first increase that we've made to this fee since fiscal 13. And so the bulk of the increase to the solid waste management fee is going to be designated for the closed landfill reserve. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. When we mapped out the impact per households, if we were to spread out the fee increase over all the households in Chittenden County, the impact was less than 30 cents per month. So one of the things that we realized too, though, is that our drop-off customers really have the opportunity to be able to mitigate their exposure to that increase by doing more waste prevention, more waste reduction. They can truly have an impact on how much of that additional fee that they pay, because that fee is incorporated into the price of the bags. Next, please. The other fee that we're increasing in this year's budget is at the materials recycling facility. We currently are charging $85 per ton. We're implementing a modest increase to $90 per ton. This will bring us closer to the regional average. The regional average being between 90 and 120, and the region we're referring to is the Northeast and Northern New York. All of the increase in the expenses are related to having to manage and maintain and keep up this existing old MRF. We had intended to be out of this MRF by this point. We wanted to have built it a couple of years ago. COVID threw a massive monkey wrench into that. So we are trying to hold this old gal together, and it's getting more and more expensive every year. Luckily, we think this will only be a year or two of these expenses, and then we'll decommission this facility, and this particular expense goes away. Next one. Some good news. There is no tip fee increase being proposed for the organics recycling facility. We will remain at $70 per ton. We are looking to budget slightly, our inbound tons slightly below last year, but we are always looking for additional material to come into our facility, the same with the materials recycling facility. We did increase our pricing on our compost products. We found that we were in the bottom level of comparable products in Chittenden County in the region, so we brought ourselves up to the midway. So we are still in the middle of the pack regarding pricing, and sales have been strong. We will be implementing a new contamination policy as of July 1, pending a board vote this month. And that is to help give ourselves another tool in the toolbox, give our haulers another tool in the toolbox to be able to address ongoing contamination issues that we're seeing in the inbound food scraps. And that's something that is been asked for a while. We've been working with haulers for over a year on this, and it mirrors the existing policy that we have in place for the MRF. Next, please. More good news. There will be no increases to bag prices at the drop-off centers. And we've added an extra large bag as well, which is new this year. The budget does reflect additional hours both in Milton and in Burlington. We're looking to expand services to add trash back to the Burlington drop-off center, hopefully by the end of this current fiscal year. So those changes are reflected in the fiscal 25 budget. And everywhere we'll have the Tuesday to Saturday schedule. With the exception of Heinsberg, they only at this point allow 2 days, but everyone, including Burlington, will have that Tuesday to Saturday schedule. And when Burlington is online, everywhere will be taking credit cards and debit cards. Next, please. Just a couple brief looks at some of the capital projects, the new MRF being the largest one. We'll be bringing a recommendation for construction contract award to the board in May. And cross my fingers, in May, won't be any later than June. Ideally, we'll be breaking ground on the new facility in late summer, early September, and we hope to be up and running about a year or a little bit more maybe after that. So my goal, and we're pushing our folks hard, is to get that new facility accepting material by September of calendar 25, October calendar 25 at the very latest, which is very, very exciting. And as far as our reserve funds, all of the funds other than our landfill post-closure fund are adequately funded. The landfill post-closure fund is not surprising that it would be underfunded at this point in its existence. We are in year 28, 29 of a 30-year closure period. So it is expected that at this point in that closure period, the fund would have been dwindling. However, what has not been expected and could not have been foreseen was the potential need to be managing PFAS in the leachate that is produced through the landfill. The EPA just came out last week, with a new rule for tackling PFAS in drinking water, and that will eventually have some effect on wastewater and on potentially on leachate. So we don't know how much that's going to cost. So the increase to the solid waste management fee, the bulk of that revenue will be used to beef up this particular reserve fund so that we can have enough funding in there to be able to properly mitigate, manage that leachate, depending on what the EPA or ANR tells us we need to do. Next, please. And every year, as always, I ask our member cities and towns to please consider our budget for adoption. We do require each of our municipalities to vote on their budget as part of the charter, and everyone gets one vote. So that is the end of my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I have a question, Sarah. Why are the prices depressed for recyclables?
It is supply and demand. So there's a lot of supply of certain materials, and the demand for recycled content goes in cycles. It's interesting, the demand for recycled content for plastics, PET, so water bottles, is fairly high. However, getting it to market can be tricky, and it kind of comes and goes in waves. So as larger producers, manufacturers, makers of these materials put out new sustainability reports, there's a surge of, oh, you need to source more. The sale of oil, I mean, with the price of crude oil. So if oil pricing is low, then you're not going to get a lot of recycled material, recycled content into your products. When it's high, you do. We have seen a nice rebound, which is why you're being conservative, but I think we can hedge our bets on fiber products, which is great because of the material that comes into our facility, about 73, 74, 75% of it are cardboard and paper. So we want a nice, strong regional fiber market to be able to continue to send our material to. And again, it's commodities, right? It's a lot of it is outside of our control, and we just do the best we can to produce the cleanest material possible, and we keep moving everything. Everything goes to market as it comes in.
Thanks. Any questions from council?
I had submitted a question. I don't know if you're prepared to answer it, but I just kind of wondered what the year-over-year impact was to South Burlington residents or businesses, if you had an estimate in aggregate based on last year's utilization.
So it's a great question, and I wish that I could answer that for you, and I'll tell you why it's difficult. It's because of the way that we, as in Vermont, collect trash. We don't have specific to South Burlington your exact numbers of exactly how much your city produces. So we have no way to know which tons of 300,000 tons that were generated in Chittenden County are specific to South Burlington. Part of the problem is trash trucks cross lines all the time, routes cross lines all the time. So there's no way to have a dedicated number of South Burlington trash unless there was consolidated collection and you knew specifically that each trash truck that was collecting within your city was only collecting from your city. That way we would know exactly how much South Burlingtonians were producing and could do those projections. So the impact that I showed in the presentation was spread out across all households in Chittenden County. So you could extrapolate from there with the number of households in South Burlington and do the math that way. But without those dedicated collection routes, there's really no way to piece out exactly what is South Burlington material.
So, thanks for the presentation. I mean,
One question.
you were going to say something.
Yeah, just a question.
I was
Sorry.
waiting for you to say something.
Okay,
Hey,
thank
Paul,
you.
Paul, we're getting a lot of feedback from you, so I'm the one muting you. If you could just unmute when you want to talk, that would be great. Thanks.
In terms of the voting, it said every municipality has one vote. Does there have to be a consensus on passing the budget or just a straight majority?
There does not have to be consensus. It just is a majority of the members on the legislative body. And when we reach 10 of our 18 communities voting in the affirmative, then our budget is considered adopted.
Okay, thank you.
And since I've been through a few of these presentations, I just want to lament again the fact that we shipped 60,000 tons of something or other to Coventry when it should not have gone in the first place because it wasn't properly sorted into recyclables and organics and whatnot. So please, everybody, do your recycling and your separation of your organics at home and properly bring it to Patchen Road. All right. If you find restaurants are not properly sorting out their organics, let them know that you wish that they sorted out their organics. It's supposedly the law, right?
It is the law,
It is
and you can also quietly let us know if you like as well. We do have a very active outreach and education team. We have someone who is dedicated to businesses, and she would be happy to approach folks and offer some assistance. We prefer to go the outreach and education route before we go to compliance, but we do have a compliance sector as well.
So if you're interested in climate change and greenhouse gases, trucking 60,000 tons of refuse up to Coventry for no good reason is not good for the environment. Not good. But anyway, any other comments? Andrew? I guess not.
No, thank you, Tom.
So thank you.
Paul Shaver wanted to speak.
Paul, you can unmute. Yeah.
I apologize if my mic's got noise. I don't know what's happening, but I just wanted to say express my appreciation for Sarah and staff. I believe this is a very responsible budget. It's realistic. It's conservative, which our budgets always are. Never seen us go wildly out of budget. So I feel very confident in it, and I really appreciate what staff has done. I also just want to, mention, of course, the increases you're seeing, of course, probably no surprise. We're being impacted by inflationary pressures, as is every other organization around. So hence the reason for some of the cost increases and all. But again, I do believe this is conservative and reasonable, and not the increases are not too onerous at this point in time. And then lastly, I just want to give a shout out to Allison. Allison's been a great alternate for me. I've been on the board a long time, and she's among the top in terms of attendance and paying attention to all the issues and what we're doing. And I think it was a great decision to appoint her. So I just want to give that shout out. She's doing a great job. So, and lastly, just thank you to all on the city council and all. I know how much work you put in. This is not easy. So thank you.
We love talking trash. All right. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Everybody take care. All right, we're going to move on to
Do you want to take a
break?
No,
What?
vote to.
Oh, we have to do that? Does it say? It doesn't.
Does not say in the
does
language,
not
which
say.
I will be better at.
Well, I think we should probably have a motion to accept the budget, the proposed CSWD budget for FY25.
So moved. Do we need specific language? So moved.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 It's unanimous. Now, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Take care.
All right, we're on to, it's 10:30. It's been 2 hours since we had our last break. Does anybody need a quick break, or can you keep going? You're going, all right. So item 12, which is a request from Common Roots for a $400,000 allocation of ARPA funds to acquire property at Spear Street and Allen Road.
Just as a reminder, as the team is coming up, this is a request to receive a request only with no action recommended tonight.
And tonight we have Robin Jeffers and Jeff Culkin. Can you pull the mics closer to you, please, and just make it easier to hear? Green light.
Can you
Bright
hear
green?
me now?
There you
Yes.
go.
Hi, thanks for having us and for staying up so late. We're here from Common Roots, and we are making a request for ARPA funds for the Common Roots, which is a 501c3 nonprofit in South Burlington. And their primary focus is food equity, food access, and growing food organically here in our city. And can our slides be brought up? Please. Thank you. So this image right here is Common Roots Farm. It's located within the South Village neighborhood in South Burlington. That's at the corner of Allen Road East and Spear Street. It's a 12-acre farm. To my knowledge, it's the only existing operating food-producing farm in South Burlington. Bread and Butter does raise cattle on some acreage, the former Eau Claire farm in South Burlington. But I double-checked this tonight. This is our only farm. So we're fortunate that they're growing organic food on these acres, and as you can see, it's quite beautiful as well. If you want to advance to the next page. So Common Roots is working on growing sustainable, equitable, local food system. So all the food they grow is organic, and primarily it gets sold at a retail farm stand that's on site and then goes out to 3 food shelves. They are one of the primary producers at the South Burlington food shelf. They bring literally a farm stand to the food shelf 3 times a week when the food shelf is open, and they literally operate it as a farm stand, so they don't parcel out food. Anybody shopping at the food shelf has a shopping experience. They're able to pick out the vegetables that they like, the produce that they like. They're able to do tastings. They're able to get recipes. It's the same as if they were in the farm stand on site at the farm, but free of charge. So there's always a nutrition person there along with someone from the farm able to explain what the food is, how to cook it, how to eat it, what are the nutritional benefits of the food, etc. We also are a tenant of the Wheeler House in South Burlington, and we have a culinary kitchen there, and our chef makes food with the food from the farm so that we have no waste, and he actually makes delicious food from that food. So soups, casseroles, and things like that are also brought to the food shelf in season. And if you want to move ahead to the next page. Thank you. So Common Roots, they're a nonprofit, and we're currently looking at some challenges. Vermont is losing 15 to 20% of its farm annually. That's from the Vermont Agency of Natural Resources last year. So that's kind of shocking. And that means Vermont itself is in danger of losing all of its small-scale farms in the next 10 years. And then another fact that we picked up is that 41 million people, this is national, died last year from preventable chronic diseases. And the good news is that eating the right foods can prevent and even reverse the most major illnesses of our time. And this is something where Common Roots is right at the core of its mission. It truly believes that organic, healthy food and access to that food and equitable access to that food really matters in a community's health and well-being. market development, we currently have a seasonal market at the farm stand. A seasonal market at the farm stand. We seasonally have, I'm tired. We have a farm stand on the farm. It is in a shed. It's a beautiful shed. And it's been eclipsed recently by development. It's very hard to see. We can't heat it. It doesn't have running water. So it's very limited. So our plan is to develop a year-round market in a new location on the corner of Allen Road and Spear Street. And that's what we're here to talk about. So that's one of our challenges, is having a seasonal small farm stand when we plan on having a year-round market. Workforce instability is another challenge we're facing. As we've heard earlier here tonight, workforce housing is a challenge. And then just in the food system itself, wages for workforce, which on a farm are determined by the sales of food, tend to be very low. Food is not generally a high profit item. If you want to go to the next slide. So the solution that we've identified is to purchase the lot, which is right at the very corner of Spear Street and Allen Road East. It's a little orange square on your map drawing, and that is surrounded by the farm itself. Thank you. And so that lot is specifically zoned for a food hub, retail food, childcare, and personal instruction. And that's our intention, is to build that on that lot. And with this opportunity, we believe that we can expand our sales engine, and that will bring us the sustainability that we're looking for, both in increasing the money incoming into Common Roots so that it can sustain its public programs, and also to help us bring up more equitable wages for our staff. Our goal for the market is to sell what Common Roots grows. In addition to that, bring in products from all the other area local farms and artisans, and some of those products would then have a higher margin other than just produce, and that would help us to also work our sustainability into a higher profitability market. And moving over. So our current financial snapshot, 50% of our income comes from 5 enterprises that Common Roots does. In the far left column, it's our retail farm market. That's our seasonal farm stand currently. We do farm fresh meals and pantry to go, and that's what I alluded to earlier. It's what our chef makes from our food that we grow. Flatbread Fridays at the Wheeler House. People might be familiar with that, but we make pizzas in the outdoor pizza oven every Friday. And Farm to Fork Tuesdays is, again, food from our farm made into meals that are also available for sale at Wheeler House on Tuesdays. In Wheeler House events, we can do catered events at Wheeler House. We also do events on the farm. And then another 50% of our income comes from philanthropy. So it's primarily gifts from donors, local businesses and local foundations. We do receive a few grants from NCRS and the USDA. And then what Common Roots provides free of charge is farm to school education. So from pre-K through 8th grade, Common Roots is in South Burlington schools teaching kids about nutritious food. That goes with tastings, it goes with recipes. They make it fun. Last week was flaxseed and beet pancakes, little $50 sized pancakes. They got to dip in maple syrup, and they were pink, yes, from the beets, but kids absolutely loved them. And that is one of the ways which we're teaching kids the benefits of eating well and having it be fun and healthy, but it's a great time for them too. Farm to Go is a program where kids come to Wheeler House after school. It's an after school program for middle schoolers, and they actually make a meal, again, from the food that we grow. They get the recipe from it, and they actually leave with a portioned meal that they will have made that would feed their entire family, and they take it home. And then the 3 food shelves that we support are as I mentioned, the South Burlington Food Shelf. We also support Chittenden Feeding Chittenden and the Abnaki Food Shelf. Gatherings on the land, our summer camps and other programs where we invite people to come and learn about land stewardship on the land. And then the 4th column is just where we're truly grateful for all of the help that we get from the community currently through sponsorships, volunteers, and kind gifts that help Common Roots stay in business. can go ahead. So putting it all together, we really feel that we need this step for our sustainability. 50% philanthropy isn't something that you can rely on forever, practically. Right now, we're very grateful for all of the gifts and the donations that we do have, but Common Roots believes that the public service that we provide the city is in alignment with what the city's identified in its plans and its equity planning, so food access and food equity. And so in the interest of moving that initiative forward, we're asking for the city to allocate $400,000 in ARPA funds, which is the purchase price of the land that lot requires for development. Here, this also talks about our capacity funding, which we are not asking for. We are consulting philanthropy for that and outreach to donors. And then we're talking about our next phases. So we'd actually be looking at construction in 2026 and conducting a capital campaign in phase 3. And advancing to the end, essentially, in short, we are very much dedicated to the city of South Burlington. We're very dedicated to food education. We're dedicated to food access and food equity. We want everyone who wants to be able to have good food to be able to have access to that food. We're dedicated to growing it and sharing it, and we're hoping that the city can support us with this request. We attached our entire business plan here. I don't know at this hour that you need or want to go through it. I'm happy to answer any questions if people have that. Otherwise, we can keep it right here.
Questions? Elizabeth?
Nothing specific. Thank you for the presentation. And I've been to the shed many times on my bike, and it's the construction that was more bothersome than going to the shed. But I know we're going to have conversations about allocation of ARPA and surplus funds going forward. So from my standpoint, it's really just a question of where does this request fall within the priorities, but that other things that may come in front of the council. So this was a great background, and I appreciated the business plan. The one question I have is, in the business plan, is there, do you see a path to self-funding at some point?
We do. We see our business plan shows that we would have a profit the first year, and that's including having a mortgage. So certainly by the time our mortgage would be paid off, we see that we could be sustainable going forward. It will require that we have continue to need some philanthropy for some time as we edge forward. But we should be showing, the market itself should be showing, the culinary kitchen and the eatery should be showing a profit. And then I forgot to put an emphasis, we had childcare. I left that out. We're planning the food market, culinary kitchen, and eatery it'll be a 2-level building on the upstairs, and the lower level would be childcare, and that childcare would also be self-sustaining from day one.
Thanks.
Hey, Robin, it's good to see you again.
Hey.
I know that we probably don't have time to go through the full business plan, but can you just kind of summarize in the aggregate how much funding you think we'll need to complete this vision, really from beginning to end, from purchasing the land to design, building, fit out, and of that amount, how much do you feel you've kind of secured at this point?
I think we've secured 15 to 25% of what we would need to build the building without actually haven't even started a true capital campaign. At this point, we've been reaching out to donors for our capacity level funding for this level, the level that we're at. We believe that the whole project, honestly, is probably about a $4 million building. That would be 4,000,000 if we were to include the land. We have in-kind commitments from people in the development world who are helping us with some of our planning, our permitting. We have commitments on some scope of the actual construction of the project. And with partnership with a childcare, that would cover a significant portion. We're currently in a RFP process for an owner-operator of the childcare level. So that would be self-sustaining for half of the building.
So do the commitments, are those part of the amounts that you described to secure the 20%, 25%? Is that including the commitments you described?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I ask you just to clarify a little bit more on the child care? So that would be, because that is part of setting off the costs, as I understand it, you mentioned in terms of the building. That's a private entity which is not affiliated with Common Roots, and so this would be a bid process to, or in terms of how you bring on a child care in terms of a competitive process, because there is a public fund if we were to provide funds here.
Yes, it would be a competitive RFP process. We're looking for an owner-operator who has a track record. We're currently in a conversation with 2 applicants who are each already have 2 childcare facilities, and they're interested in expanding.
And their facilities are in South Burlington, or?
They are currently not in South Burlington. They're currently in periphery towns and would like to be in South Burlington.
I have a question. So if this were built, how would this affect operations at Wheeler that you have today?
Wheeler House would continue to have events on the land there and catering of events, and the pizza oven events are Tuesday. The Farm to Fork would probably move over to the new location, but could also still be available at Wheeler House because there are people who have dedicated commuting up and down.
So would the kitchen move over to?
No, we intend to have 2 kitchens. So the kitchen at Wheeler would remain.
Yeah. But meals would be served over there or shipped over there?
There would be a kitchen in the new facility, so probably both would be used. Because there would also be food being made. We plan on having sandwiches and soups and things like that at the new location. So it's hard to explain. Essentially, they would both be used. We have no intention of giving up or not using the Wheeler kitchen, because the Wheeler kitchen, honestly, it's used, I wouldn't say 24/7, but most waking hours, that kitchen is in use. If it's not in use in food production, it's in use for educating chefs. It's in use for interns, or it's for making the pantry items and the food to go. So, for example, all the tomatoes get turned into ketchup or tomato sauce. Ongoing, we have no waste from the food that we produce on our farm, so seasonally all year long food is being produced there. So recently chef is making pesto because we're already taking greens off the farm. And the food, it takes like 1 or 2 days to prepare all the food for Farm to Fork Tuesdays, and then they roll over into prepping food for the next event and the catered events. So I've honestly never, I'm there most days, I have never seen the kitchen not fully busy.
Okay. Any other questions? So, like Elizabeth said, at a future date, we're going to have an agenda item to go over all there's a certain amount of money left that has not been allocated, that has to be allocated by the end of the year. And so we will fold in your request as well.
Thank you. We very much appreciate it.
Question from the audience? Do you want to come up and talk and give us your name? We all know who you are, but say it anyway. Is that a page each for us, or is it all 5 pages?
It's on both sides. You're off, I'm Sandy Julie, and I live on East Terrace, and I've lived there for about 50 years. These comments are about the Common Roots request for $400,000 in ARPA funds to purchase a 1.3 acre lot at the corner of Spear Street and Allen Road in South Burlington. Let me make clear that I am a strong supporter of Common Roots programming in our schools and their participation in 3 local food shelves. Every year for several years, I have provided financial support to Common Roots. After reading Common Roots' request for $400,000 for purchase of this small parcel, my first thoughts were as follows. I recalled that increasing affordability for city residents who are under stress due to the high cost of living here was a universal goal in the platforms of candidates seeking election to the city council this year. I recalled that during election forums, several of the candidates mentioned that while campaigning door to door, many residents shared the struggles they have in making ends meet due to the high cost of living in South Burlington. Residents also mentioned to candidates that they don't feel represented in the work of city government. My additional thoughts are a product of having viewed Bess O'Brien's new documentary, Just Getting By, this past Friday. In it, many Vermonters share how not having enough money to meet basic needs affects their lives and the lives of their children. Food insecurity is a major theme in the film. While being unhoused is also featured, not being able to afford enough food and the resulting need to rely on food shelves and or soup kitchens are also recurrent themes. Several of the folks who talked about food insecurity were not unhoused. It is fairly well known that food insecurity in Vermont goes well beyond our unhoused neighbors. I am grateful to Bess O'Brien for making this film for many reasons. Perhaps the strongest impact comes from my recognition of how easy it is to be separate from folks whose circumstances are so difficult and so different from mine, and as a result, my having only a minimal awareness of their struggles. So I come back to those campaign promises about working to increase affordability in South Burlington, and I ask myself, how would the city's granting $400,000 to Common Roots for their intended purpose bring about an increase in affordability for our residents whose struggles to make ends meet are so challenging? Other than the possibility of being able to provide more locally grown and healthy food to area food shelves than is now provided, I cannot identify any outcome of providing this grant that would have a positive impact on the affordability needs of our most stressed residents. The beneficiaries of the establishment of a retail food market open year-round at this location appear to be high-income households living nearby or other high-income households who pass by this location as they commute to and from work. I cite the following quotes from the narrative accompanying Common Roots' request in support of this conclusion. Quote, "The profile of the commuters on this street are typically those with substantially higher incomes in our county, traveling to and from Burlington, South Burlington, Shelburne, and Charlotte on an access of higher income households and neighborhoods and away from public transportation." This is taken from the Common Roots Farm Market 2.0 business plan, page 2, even though it's not paginated, but it's in the package, paragraph 1. The second quote is, "The Spear Street route has commuters of highest income based upon median incomes of communities in the travel zone." And this is from Common Roots Farm Market 2.0 business plan, page 3, paragraph 1. "I wonder what percentage of annual farm stand revenues come from 3 Squares Vermont benefits, excluding any purchases of food shelf outreach activities," although I think I learned that there's no cost to what's at the food shelves. "I do not oppose Common Roots' plan to purchase this 3-acre lot and construct a building that would include a year-round retail farm market and other programming. I do oppose having the city provide a grant of $400,000 to Common Roots to assist in the purchase of this parcel, and thus I ask each city councilor to vote no on such a motion. As an alternative and a demonstration of the city council's commitment to addressing the affordability challenge, I suggest the council task the city manager with issuing a request for proposals for plans that detail how the city might invest $500,000 in ARPA funds to decrease food insecurity among city residents, or for some other effort of the council's choosing that would address the affordability challenge. And since I now know, you're looking at things for the ARPA funds, I would strongly encourage you to arrange a showing of Bess O'Brien's film, Just Getting By, for South Burlington, because it's remarkably informative. And obviously, I think you can see it affected me a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Any other comments? Yes. Mr. Simino. Come on down. And I was just going to say, Sandy, that all of Bess O'Brien's films are amazing.
Oh, I know.
And,
Hungry
yeah.
Heart.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Identify yourself, please.
Good evening, Mike Simino, South Burlington city resident. And I hate to not be aligned with anything that Common Roots would be investing their time in to attempt to accomplish. And I also support them financially and their mission. And so my position here is no knock on that, but I don't want to get into the nuances of the ARPA program and, where the money's supposed to be sent and, whether we send it out to not-for-profits here and there, or whether the programs and services that are funded by it should be channeled through the city at the request of municipal, committees or what have you. So not that, but I've expressed concerns before about when we have resources that we attempt to explore for ways to leverage those resources, use them more than once if we can. And so the idea here of having 400 grand, and if you were going to consider sending it out the door, saying goodbye to it, never to see it again, it being a one and done kind of a deal with that 400 grand, when instead there may be opportunities for those resources to be the foundation of a larger deal, or an acquisition by the city where an asset might be acquired. And, as we do in a couple of other instances with Common Roots already, we have lease arrangements with them on terms that are pretty attractive, that play a great deal in the affordability for Common Roots to continue operating their programs. So again, without the nuances of NARPA, ARPA, and what the council should respond to, I would just say that I would hate to see 400 grand go out the door without our looking at an opportunity for whether we make the investment and lease it, whether that money can be leveraged for something. That's where I'm coming from with my comments this evening. And thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any other comments? Anybody in the public? Anybody online? Well, it's now almost 11 o'clock. Oh, yes.
Could I just respond?
Yes.
Common Roots feeds 400 people a week at the food shelf.
Yeah.
And as far as Mike's comment about Common Roots does lease currently from the city, the Wheeler Homestead and Hubbard Park. I couldn't speak for our board, but if the city wanted to own the land, I think that would be a good idea. Or we'd be happy to own it too. That's it.
Great. Well, it's 11 o'clock. We still have more things to do. But thank you for coming and presenting.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Robin.
Tim, do we need a motion to receive the, or do we have to make a motion to receive that? Oh, it's just a request.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
So now we're on to item 13, which is convene as the South Burlington Liquor Control Commission to consider CVS Pharmacy Shaw's Beer and Wine and Tobacco. That's a tobacco license. So we need to convene. Can I have a motion to convene as the Liquor Commission?
Motion to convene.
We have a second?
Second?
We have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. So now we are convened as Liquor Control Commission, and we need to approve the CVS Pharmacy second-class license, Shaw's Beer and Wine second-class license, tobacco license, and tobacco substitute endorsement, whatever that is. I don't know what that is, but I'll take it as I see it.
So I did attach a little fact sheet to this
yeah, I
agenda
did see that.
item, and
Yeah.
a tobacco substitute endorsement is needed for businesses with a tobacco license to sell any e-cigarette products or paraphernalia.
Oh, vapors.
Business does not need to sell tobacco products, but must have a license to receive the endorsement.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve these licenses?
Nope.
Can I have a motion to approve these licenses? Is no one going to move to approve them? Is somebody playing a joke on me right now? You want to stay here all night until we approve these licenses? Andrew?
Sure, I'll move. I understand why people are hesitant, but.
Do we have a
Sure.
motion? Do we
Okay.
have a second? After we get a second.
You have a reluctant second.
Okay. So now we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Are these all licenses that are being renewed in every instance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, I mean, speaking for myself, what you're seeing is some hesitancy around all of the recent press around the health impacts and the concerns around vaping in general, but this particular business is not unique in their retail sales of that, so I don't want to single anyone out.
Thank you. So are you ready for the vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Mike?
Aye. So aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. All right, thank you. A motion to come out of Liquor Control Commission?
So moved.
Seconded.
And we have a second. Mike seconded, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous
Aye.
as well. Thank you, Andrew. So we're out of liquor control. We're at other business. Does anybody have any other business tonight? No. Okay, and we are going to go into executive session to make decisions about these these committee appointments.
I move that the city council enter into executive session under 1V.S.A.31(3)(a) parentheses 3 for the purpose of discussing the appointment of public officers to the Planning Commission, Economic Development Committee, and Public Arts Committee, inviting Jesse Baker into the session with the council for the discussion.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I will say that after we go into executive session, we will vote and then we will not appoint.
So if you want to make, you don't vote in executive session.
Right.
So
Oh,
if you
right.
want to make a series of recommendations tonight, what I would suggest is that you make recommendations, give me authority to inform the candidates, but then you officially approve those appointments on your consent agenda at your next meeting.
That sounds fine. So we won't be coming back after executive session.
Right.
Good. So all ready for the vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous again.
Aye.
And we are now in executive session. Whoever has to leave, leave.